like this. Hit it.
The Roger Report live morning show, weekdays at 9 a.m.
Say y'all, I was on Roger's panel a few times and I couldn't take it. The heat. I got out the kitchen. It was hot. I was sweating. I had to get out.
He's Roger, and he's right.
Check this out.
We can live or die. You choose. I have spoken to you a lot of times in hatred and anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. But you are driving us back and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillars. And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to live?
Good morning, folks, and welcome to another edition of the Roger Report Live, the best show on social media. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and take a moment out to hit that like button, because this is where you're going to find the best content on social media, and you don't have to worry about it because you're going to have me right here to make sure that happens. And if you've already been coming to the channel for a while, then go ahead, hit that like button, because you already know what time it is, and you know that this is where you're going to get the best content on social media. It's not a mystery to you at this point. You've seen other people do it. You've seen other people do it well. But what you have not seen is anyone do it quite the way I do it. So make sure you hit that like button. And everyone, yes, everyone, take a moment out to share the content, y'all. Take a moment out to share the content. There are so many people who need to get great content like this. And it's just a small thing you can do to help the world be a better place. And isn't that what we want at the end of the day? Don't we want the world to be a better place? Of course we do. So share the content out. Share it through your social media. Share it through word of mouth, or even text someone's phone. But do what you got to do to help spread the word. All right, folks, today we're going to be talking about a very, very interesting subject. Certain things definitely need to be on record. I did one of these before, but we need to have certain stuff on record. Okay? And hey, it's cool. We're going to talk about the N-word, y'all. The N-word, okay? Which could very well be, if we pay attention to it, y'all, could very well be. And I think that it truly is. I think that it truly is. I don't know if people are ready to admit it, but I think it truly is, y'all. We're going to talk about the N-word, the most powerful word in the English language, okay? We need to acknowledge that, y'all. It's the most powerful word in the English language. All right? So that's what we're going to talk about, the N-word, okay? Or for some of y'all who don't understand what the N-word is, if somehow you quote-unquote don't know, we talking about the word nigger, y'all. That's what the show is going to be about, the word nigger itself. Yes, that's what we're going to do. Yeah, see, over here at the Roger Report Live, we're going to do all the topics that I know can scare folks, but we going to, I ain't said I'm the only person that ever did this topic. Sure, there's been other people who did the topic, but hey, ain't nobody going to do it like I do it. It just is what it is, because you get to be a little bit more free about it over here, okay? So before we get started, though, let me give thanks what thanks is due, because we have people, you know, big and small, folks near and dear, folks that just show up every blue moon, every once in a while, people who just happen to find the channel. And unfortunately, because, I've lost a channel or two, I'll say I lost a channel or two. Unfortunately, sometimes them people have to go through the trouble of finding us again. But even before they do, sometimes people just drop something. So I got to say shout out to Leonard. That's right. Shout out to Leonard. Leonard came through. He has put $10 on the books over here at the Roger Report Live. And I've told y'all time and time again, big or small, I do appreciate it all. Big or small, I appreciate it all. All the money is good. Well, all the money on the wood is good over here at the Roger Report Live, okay? Point blank period. So we want to thank Leonard. He is the sponsor of today's stream. Appreciate it very much. Appreciate it very much. And y'all know how it goes. We're going to give a holler out to the number one, the numero uno for today. What's this? 2 days in a row, he's been numero uno. If y'all don't know, see, you ain't paying enough attention, because you need to know. Because over here at the Roger Report Live, there can only be one. So shout out to the Highlander of today's stream, my main man, Gold P. What's going on, Gold P? You the Highlander once again. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate that about you, brother. Appreciate that about you, y'all. Shout out to Sarah B. Sarah B, you done came in twice, 2 days in a row. Sarah, I appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. You be trying. That's 2 days in a row. You've been second. You know what, Sarah? There can only be one, Sarah. There can only be one. But hey, I appreciate you for almost making it twice. But y'all, it can only be one. Real talk, real talk. And I got to say, shout out to my main man who keeps some order around here sometimes, because sometimes we get a little out of pocket. We get a little out of pocket sometimes. But Chef Mike's Round Table will come through, and he keeps some order around here, as y'all saw yesterday. Chef Mike will he will keep some order around this piece. And that's why we appreciate Chef Mike as the pit master, and we also appreciate him getting a pit crew together to help us out over here at the Roger Report. Like, hey, everybody needs some help, y'all. Everybody needs some help. Just is what it is. And I want to say shout out to Floyd Thompson is in the house. Yay. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. We got Tunnel Runner in the building. Tunnel Runner is in the building. Tunnel Runner got your wrench. I told you I get you, brother. I told you I get you. So you got your wrench. Glad to see you here with your wrench. Afro Merchant is in the building. What's happening? Great to see you. The Righteous Teacher is here. Grab Second Gear Eddie is in the house. Glad to see you. Inspired True Broadcast is checking in. Glad to see you, my brother. Boot Camp done grabbed the seat at the cool table. Good to have you, brother. And y'all, I'm going to get right into it. We're going to talk about the N-word, which I believe, based on evidence, it is the most powerful word in the English language, y'all. All right? Nigga has been a heck of a word. Now, nigga is a derivative of nigger, which white folks, because, white folks got this history of being terrible people. And this is, it derived from white folks being the terrible people that, for whatever reason that they choose to be on many different occasions. They used to call black folks niggers during slavery, to say how ignorant they are. Okay? No matter what you did as a slave, no matter how you carried yourself as a slave, they just call you nigger, because they just want to see you as ignorant and pathetic, as an animal, whatever lowly state they want to put you in. You just a nigger to them. Okay? Now, amazingly, what black people have done, and there's some black people who agree with it, some that don't agree with it. Okay? What black people have done is taken that word nigger, did a slight change to it, dropped that ER and put an A on it instead. And they started using it themselves, but they start using it a different way. And let's keep it real. Some white folks got mad about it. Some white folks got mad about it because as time went on, slavery came to an end. You know, there's been some rough stuff going on in America with white people and black men from Jump Street. Okay. Now, black women are tolerated as long as they don't get too out of pocket. But white people and black men, that's been a hard mix. Okay. Definitely been a hard mix. All right. Some black men get a slight break here or there from a particular white woman because, you know, she's interested. But then that makes the white men that much harder on that dude if they find out. They like him even less. So it is what it is. But what black folks have been able to do is find a way to use the word now in the form of nigger, which people use as a sign of endearment. And there are some white people who just don't like that. Okay. They just don't like that. Now, let's keep it real, y'all. You know, over here in America, and shout out to all my people listening from around the world. Shout out to the replay gang. It ain't like racial slurs don't happen. Okay. There's all types of racial slurs in this country. All right. You know, truth be told, other groups have been able to keep their racial slurs under wraps so long. I was literally an adult before I found out certain groups racial slurs. Real talk. Okay. I was literally an adult for years before I found out certain groups racial slurs. Now, there is a thing going on because, like I say, y'all, there's things that's been happening, but you know, nowadays there's more exposure because there's more cameras out here. Okay. There's more cameras out here. All right. Now, shout out to Debonair Brother. Glad to see you, my brother. Glad to see you. He said, I think black men appropriating the slur shows how strategically foolish black men are. Real just going to walk around using a slur again yourself. Now, Debonair Brother is saying something that there are many black people who look at it from that perspective. Let's keep it real, y'all. Many black people look at it from that perspective. Okay, shout out to all my hosts, demonetized. Just because y'all, I like his name. Shout out to all my hosts, demonetized. Glad to see you here. Shout out to Maggie Thompson under the veil. Glad to see you. You know, just out of respect. Okay, just out of respect. Okay. This word nigga can still make major eruptions in different people, regardless of color. Because there are some older black folks, they hear you say niggas, it's almost like you throw a baseball at them. Okay? A baseball, y'all. Not a softball. It's like you hit it with a baseball. Just them hearing that word. And I can understand it. They have lived a life that they had to deal with some things that a lot of us younger black folks have not had to deal with as much or as straight on or as direct. You know, y'all got to think about it. There's that Civil Rights Act was in 1964, and everything didn't just flip overnight. And there are still some older black folks around who actually lived through Jim Crow, where they were old enough to really understand what was kind of going on with Jim Crow. Some of them, were definitely teenagers while Jim Crow was going on. Okay, we're only talking about 64, y'all. We only talking about 64. You know, some of them were literally adults when Jim Crow was going on. You know, think about your father's birthday. Think about your mother's birthday. If you have them around, think about your grandma's birthday. What's your granddad's birthday? Both sides of the family. These folks experience this stuff. Okay? These folks experience this stuff. I've said before that I remember talking to my father about, you know, Jim Crow and what was going on at that particular time. My father didn't know what Jim Crow was. Okay? He just didn't know what you meant by Jim Crow. And I'm like, yeah, you know, Jim Crow, you know, he like, what's that? Now, I expect my father to know what Jim Crow is. Now, let's keep it real. That was kind of silly on my part. You think about it, but that was kind of silly on my part to kind of even think he would know the term Jim Crow like that. He could have. I'm not saying that older person don't necessarily know what Jim Crow is. Okay. But he never recognized the word. He hadn't recognized the word Jim Crow up until that point where, I had to explain to him what it was. Once my father figured out what I meant by Jim Crow, he said, "Oh, you mean Tuesday?" That's literally what he said, y'all. "Oh, you mean Tuesday? That's what you talking about, Tuesday." And y'all know that means that's just a regular old everyday thing. That was a regular everyday. So he lived at a point where that was regular old everyday stuff. Okay. Now I get why I understand what Jim Crow is, because a term picked up. I don't know exactly where the term came from, but of course it was, you will hear it in school and things like that. So he didn't hear the term Jim Crow per se, you know, and maybe just because of whatever he watched on TV. Not saying he watched TV like that. Man was a working man. He had business to handle, so he just never really paid attention to the term Jim Crow and never really heard the term Jim Crow. But now that I explain to the man what it is, he say, "Oh, you mean Tuesday?" Okay, so yeah, there's plenty of people around who actually experience full Jim Crow, y'all. Full Jim Crow. Okay, literal adults while Jim Crow was still going on. Okay. Let's not forget that. So I understand, especially why some older folks who say, "Well, don't say that word," or whatever like that. Now, me as a young man, as I grew up, and I have run across an elder who told me not to say that word, or just somebody even a little bit older, if they say don't say that word, I just don't say the word. Why? Because I respect them. It's that simple at the end of the day. It is that simple. It ain't really much to it than that. It's just they don't want me to say it. Don't say it. Hey, don't say that word around here, boy. Just say yes, sir, and keep it moving. Even the older woman who would tell me, "Don't say that word around here. Just say yes, man, and keep moving. It's not that big a deal. Not that big a deal." Okay. But I still believe in people respecting their elders, because elders can help you in a lot of situations. Okay. All right. And if you don't have a real idea what an elder is, we now have this generational divide of 15 years. So if they 15 years older than you, you should definitely see them as an elder. I can understand you see them that way even younger, but if they 15 years older than you, why don't you see them as an elder? That's kind of on you at the end of the day. So there are some black people who still just don't like that word like that. Real talk, okay? So it's not like the only person who has idea what they just don't really like that word is debonair brothers. Plenty of black folks who don't like that word either. Okay. Now I'm gonna say there's some black folks who sometimes they love that word a little too much. Okay. Sometimes they do love the word a little too much. Okay. They on the opposite side. You ain't got to use it in every sentence. Okay. You ain't got to use it in every sentence. You ain't got to throw it out. You ain't got to put it out there 89 times in a day. It don't take all that sometimes. I do get why sometimes people will use it to put emphasis on things, but you ain't got to do it 89 times a day. You just don't have to. And if you got to use it 89 times a day, you're probably around the wrong people. You need to get you some better people. Real talk. You need to get you some better people. So now there is this concept that's always out there, because over time, black people will say a nigga, and then other people start to understand that they shouldn't say nigga. Okay. It was something that really was about white folks in this country talking down to black folks in this country. And black folks over time was able to somewhat change the word around, and now they use it, and white folks feel some type of way because it's not accepted for them to openly use it, which is kind of crazy. Shout out to Debonair Brother. He says, respectfully, Roger, black men are cursed to be a confused people. The idea that even in a forum like this, we have to convince smart brothers not to use slurs that undermine our esteem is baffling. And y'all, I could totally understand why he would say that. See, Debonair Brother does represent a huge section of black people. Okay, there's a ton of black people who just don't want the word used. Just is what it is. Okay, there are some people who like the word being used. Now, there's some of us that are very indifferent to the word. Let's keep that real too. There's some of us are very indifferent. We hear it, but we don't make no fuss about it. We don't care either way. As long as the people using it is accepted. Okay, as long as the people using it is accepted. Now, this is the thing, y'all. The word does have a certain level of importance, whether we like it or not. It does have a certain level of importance, whether we like it or not. Okay, and shout out to Debra Brother. He said, "You yourself have called out black men's susceptibility to manipulation with words." Well, I mean, it does exist. I can't act like it don't exist. I'm not gonna do that, Debra Brother. I'm not gonna act like it don't exist. Words do mean a lot. Okay, words do mean a lot, and I do believe the word nigga needs to really be watched by black people as a whole. It needs to be watched. Okay. Shout out to Trail Bentley. He says, I personally try to avoid using it only because everybody else wants to use it. I avoid the whole N-word past conversation by never using any mixed company or with white kids under 18. Okay. Shout out to Trail Bentley for that. Okay. See, that's watching the word, y'all. You got to watch how it's used sometimes. Now, this is the thing. People will make up stuff. People will say somebody did this and did that. There is a narrative out there that women are pushing. Now, let's keep it real, y'all. There's a narrative out there that women will push. And honestly, I do believe they push this particular narrative because they have gotten caught. Women will say there are black men who have sex with white women, and the white woman call them nigger, and it's cool because it's happening during sex. Okay. Now, is this true? I mean, it's possible that it's true. Two humans can have sex while one being a black man and one being a white woman, and it could happen. It could happen. Does it actually happen? I really kind of doubt it. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe there ain't one crazy black guy out there that would do something like that. When you talk about such a large group of people, you always gonna have somebody that's off, which is why I say I can find you a guy with no legs. I know it ain't normal to run into a guy with no legs, but if you give me some time, I can find one. Okay, you give me some time, I can find you a guy with no legs. They do exist. They do exist. Now, I do think black women say that because, unfortunately for them, they have been caught allowing white men to call them niggers during sex. And what black women seem to do is when you find out they're doing something, they just say black men do it too. Now, is there any real reason we should believe that there's any significant number of black men who are allowing white women to call them niggers sexually? No, we just don't see it. Okay? We just don't see it. Now, when it comes to black women, we done found out they enjoy the ideal of a white man calling them nigger during sex. And see, that's where some trouble starts there. I am unaware of any situation where there's any group of black men that enjoy a white woman calling him a nigger even during sex. Not aware of that. Okay. Have no real reason to believe that. Now, when it comes to black women, we have discovered as black men, if y'all been hanging around this channel, you should have by now. We have discovered that black women are into being called a nigger by a white man. They are into slave play. They are into all types of stuff that promotes white supremacy. Heck, black women are white supremacists themselves. Okay? Just is what it is. So They kind of into that thing, you know. They kind of into it. Okay, I mean that's them at the end of the day. That's them. All right. Now I get it. There'll be some women who will say, well, there'll be some people who say, well, black women are loyal to black men. Well, there's no proof of it. Maybe back in the day, but in today's time, now there's no proof of any type of loyalty black women have to black men. It's 2025. There's no proof of it at this point. Okay, there's no proof of it. And to say black women are loyal, that means the majority has to be loyal. Ain't nowhere in the world that you can show anything that shows that black women are loyal to black men. But we do know they have sexual fantasies about white men and slavery situations and things like that. And it's just kind of their thing at the end of the day. Okay? That's their thing. Cool. It is what it is. Now, I'm going to say the word nigga has political power in itself. Now, I'm not saying whether you like the word nigga or you can't stand the word nigga. The word has political power. It is a powerful word. I thought about this, y'all, last night. Is there any word in the English definition that's more powerful than the word nigga? Because everybody want to know what nigga is. Now, what do I mean by that? No matter how young you go, even kids, people want to know what the slur for black people are. Okay, people want to know. Why do they want to know? Well, if you ask me, you want to know so they can use it. I understand some stuff is very deep and very, philosophical, and you can you can write an 18-page paper about certain things. Not saying any of it wouldn't be true, but at the end of the day, a lot of people just want to know what it is so they can use it. It's that simple at the end of the day. And truth be told, a lot of kids just grow up hearing it and they figure out, oh, that is the derogatory term for black people. Why? Because their parents use it. That's all it really is. Because see, you got to think about it. Before you go to school and learn certain things when it comes to the English language and really get a grasp on definitions and things like that, children pick up on stuff. They pick up on stuff. How do they know nigga's a bad word in the first place? Let's think about that, y'all. Let's just think about this for a moment. How do we know niggas is a bad word? You're a small child, you're growing up. You got black parents, you got some with some white parents. Okay. You got other parents, okay? Because y'all, let's keep it real. If you're not black in America, you basically counted as white. But we got other folks here. They're counted as white, such as Hispanics or Indians or, Chinese, Koreans, whatever the case is. Okay. So you got people growing up in these different homes. Now, black kid grow up in a home, he may hear the word nigga, possibly even hear it on a regular basis. Not going to associate with anything negative until he starts understanding how it's being used outside of his home. Okay? Not going to understand what's negative about it until they're outside of the home. Why? Because if you hear it in the home, you don't hear it in the malice way. Okay? So little kids, they live in a white home. Or for the slow people, the other homes. Because when I say white, I mean all of them, y'all. If you ain't black, you're white. It is what it is. Okay? So that's the context I'm using it in. All right? So when they hear the word nigger, it's probably gonna have the ER version on it. Okay? Which ain't like it's an accident that people put an ER on it. They use it in a negative way. And the kids grow up understanding, okay, nigger means something negative, but they also pick up on the fact it's negative toward this particular group of people. Black kid got to find that out outside the home. Non-black children can find that out inside the home. They can understand that nigger is a derogatory term based on how it's used, who it's used with inside the home. Children ain't slow. Okay. So why does any random person who lived let's say you live in America, 3 to 5 years, I'm sure at that point you already understand. If you've never heard it before, doubt that you can make it to this country without hearing it. But if you've never heard it before, I'm pretty sure if you've been in this country, 3 to 5 years. Well, I'm just gonna say 3 years. Okay. If you're an adult, you're gonna know that nigga means something negative toward black folks when white people use it. Okay. Anybody but FBA people pretty much means something derogatory. They don't use it in a manner that you hide that is derogatory. They don't use it in a manner that you can hide the malice. Okay. Now, this is the thing. When did you find out other people's slurs? A lot of us, if we think about it, we didn't know other racial slurs till you were an adult. And some of us had been an adult for years, and some of us had been an adult for decades by the time we found out somebody else's racial slurs. Because, I did find out that there's a racial slur for Jews. Okay. I found that out. How did I find that out? I was listening to a program about Michael Jackson and a certain song, and he used a slur in the song, and then they put the song out, and there was like a version of the song where when he used that racial slur, not that he used it in a derogatory manner, but they censored it. Now, why did they censor it? I assume they just didn't even want people to know what the racial slur meant. Well, that technically is not a racial slur. I guess that's a religious slur, technically. Because to be a Jew is a religion, for folks in this country, but there was a slur associated with it. Michael Jackson knew what the slur was, put in the song, and then they put out a version of the song where the slur was removed. Okay. Now, the word didn't sound so bad to me, but a slur is a slur at the end of the day. Now, would I use a racial slur against somebody? Not really. Not really. I guess proper context, maybe I would. Who knows? Would I generally call a white people a hunky? Not really, because I don't like to talk to white people like that. Okay, why would I have those type of conversations where we're using slurs? I don't really do that. Okay. Shout out to Maggie Thompson under the veil. She said, I heard some slurs about Hispanics, Polish, and Jews at school prior to hearing the N-word. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Now, my thing is, why are these slurs being passed around like that? Okay. Why are these slurs being passed around like that? Because I just really found out what a slur is for Chinese folks. Like I said, I was watching some documentary or something about Michael Jackson and hear what the slur was for Jews. Mexican slurs, I've heard slurs about them. Not positive. I do believe maybe high school. I heard what the slur is for Mexican people. I've heard that. But see, the thing is, we live in a country where the slur for black people is something that people want to use. Like, black folk, we don't go around asking about other folks' slurs. Okay, why? We don't have the intention of using slurs in the first place. We don't go around asking about it. It just come up when it come up, which is why I think a lot of y'all, like myself, didn't learn certain slurs until you were an adult. Okay, we don't really go around asking about it. Okay. Shout out to Afro Merch. He said, "Speak for yourself, Roger." H and C are necessary. Got to separate the good whites from the bad whites. Oh, Uh, well, hey. I am not saying people don't have a right to use slurs of other folks. I'm not saying that. What I have observed is not black folks' general intention to use slurs of other people. You know, I'm just saying. Okay, I'm just saying. I don't see black folks going out their way to use slurs of other people. I have, and shout out to Afro Merchant. For the slow folks, he said that is sarcasm, by the way. He said that is sarcasm. And of course, I got that. But for you slow folks out there, because it might be somebody slow who ain't catching it, that was sarcasm. Okay. Now, this is the thing. I don't care to go around calling anybody by slurs. It's just not my intention. Why would I understand. Now I know I don't control anybody's feelings. I don't control anybody's feelings. People control their own feelings. But people can attempt to control somebody's feelings. You know, but why would I want to go around and call somebody a slur with the intent of trying to make them feel bad? That's just not me as a person. Why would I do that? Okay. Now, this is the thing. When it comes to the word nigga, okay, because it's been going on for decades now, that I done peep game about how people want to use the word nigga as a slur, and they want black folks to be cool with it. Now, I don't get that part. Why you want black folks to be cool? Well, not, I mean, truthfully, I do get it, but why you want black folks to be cool with you using the word nigga like we don't know what your intent is? Okay? Now, y'all, I've told y'all I'm trying to be a much better person. I'm trying to be a much better person. And I'm even making an effort to not just haul off on somebody if I hear them use the word nigga. Okay. I'm even making an effort to do that. Okay. When I was younger, you know, that word have gotten some folks in trouble. I'm just going to say that. Okay. When I was younger, that word has gotten folks in trouble. At this point, y'all, I'm trying to be a very non-violent person. I'm doing my best to be a non-violent person no matter what gets said, what get done. I'm trying to be a non-violent person. Okay, I'm trying to be a non-violent person. I ain't telling y'all it's gonna work every time. I am not saying I won't be violent. I'm saying I am attempting to be a non-violent person. I don't care what's going on. My goal is to be non-violent. Okay. But there have been some situations where that word has gotten some people in trouble, and I've almost hauled off on a few people on an occasion or two. I remember even there was some. It was three white girls. I mentioned this before. It was three white girls talking. They used the word nigga. Okay, I say, hey, use that word again around me, and I'm gonna beat the. Well, I don't remember exact words I use, but I communicated to them if they use that word again in earshot of me, I'm gonna beat the brakes off of them. Okay, they were somewhat young, but they were adults. Okay, that was my thing. They weren't kids. You know, I'm not. I don't. I try not to deal with kids the way I deal with adults because I understand kids don't quote unquote technically know better, even when they should. Okay, but I give the kid pass in a lot of ways, or I tone it down when it comes to kids. But if you 18 or over, you just 18 and over. It is what it is. So I tell the white girls, if y'all say that word again, I'm gonna beat the brakes off you. Now they looking at me, and I understand sometimes that could be scary. Okay, because the black man done told them, I'm gonna beat the brakes off you. And I did tell them, I don't care nothing about the fact that you females. I'm gonna beat the brakes off you. Okay. Let's just say they took my word for it. I didn't hear the word nigga from them no more after that. Okay. I didn't hear no more after that. Okay. Just is what it is. All right. Now shout out to the Afro Merchant. He said, Roger's always beating someone up. We gotta pray for. No, I'm not saying I would always beat someone up, y'all. I've threatened way more people than I've actually hit. Okay, I've threatened way more people than I've actually hit. And I've never tried to quote unquote be no tough guy. I'm not saying that. It's just I'm trying to establish a certain code or tone with people about let's not go there. I'm not finna spend time around 3 white women. I believe it was like 3 white women, and they just using the word nigga like it's cool. Like, I'm not finna do that. Okay? I don't expect anybody else to do that, but let's keep it real. What's gonna make the white girl stop? You gotta let them know. You gotta let them know something. You got to give them something to fear. Okay? Now, great news is they just stopped. I never heard it from him again. So everything was cool. I can't tell y'all they ain't never used the word again. They never used around me again. Okay. That's all I can account for. Not that they had to spend a long time around me. It wasn't like that. It ain't like we spent years or something together. No, we was just in a place at that particular time and that was it. Okay. But they stopped when I said something. But if I didn't say something, that's communicating to them that it's cool for them to be around a black man and just throw their word out there like it don't mean anything. That's what I'm communicating if I don't say something. So there is a responsibility black folks got to have with the N-word. You got to tell people to stop. I'm not saying you got to threaten folks, but you got to tell them to stop some kind of way. You got to let them know it just ain't cool at the end of the day. Or you can kind of set them up a little bit because as I've said before, y'all, there's people who've asked me about using the N-word. And I ain't gonna lie, I somewhat try to encourage them to do it around some black folks. Why? Because I think if they use it around some black folks, I don't think they have to be told twice. They might not got to be told the first time. If I can get you to use it around some black folks, what happens to you after that will teach you everything you need to know about your use of the N-word if you're not black. Because it's folks who, they try to get it in. I've talked to people who say, well, if I'm cool with black people or whatever the case is, or, like me and you cool, can I use it around you? Like, you know what I'm saying? Or people say something like, well, how do you get the N-word pass? And I've told people, look, man, I ain't saying you can't use the N-word, but don't trip when I beat the brakes off you because I got to do it at that particular point. You put me in a situation where I'm trying to be cool with you. All right, trying to be cool with you, but you did something. I didn't even want to do nothing to you, but sometimes it's just about the principle. Just is what it is. Now, do I really technically want to beat up somebody? No, not technically. Technically, I don't want to beat up somebody just because they use that word or whatever the case is. Oh, y'all know what I didn't do? All right, because I didn't have the show set up what I thought I did. That's why I had to move it back to 15 minutes, y'all, because I didn't have it set up the way I thought I did. I was doing so much yesterday. I thought I took care of everything, and obviously I didn't. So, which means there's probably no link in the description. Okay, so but ain't no probably. There is no link in the description. Well, I haven't highlighted a link either, so let me get one out there for y'all. But at the end of the day, it's not about me wanting to beat up somebody or anything like that. It was just me trying to send a message to people that this just ain't cool. It's just not gonna work. You should never be, if you're not a black man like I'm a black man, and I'm gonna say that, yeah, if you're not a black man like I'm a black man, you shouldn't think it's cool to use the word I use, even if I use it. You shouldn't think that it's cool. So even though I ain't got nothing personally against you, and this has happened with folks that have been co-workers of mine and things like that. Even when I'm talking about co-workers I had when I'm 18, 19, 20, we quote unquote cool, but they white. Okay. Well, we cool. And if I use the N-word around you, I don't mean nothing bad. I'm not saying you do. At the end of the day, though, it's just a general rule. I'm supposed to whoop up on you. That's just the way it goes. I'm not saying you a bad person because you thought it was okay to use that word because you was around black folks. Okay. I'm not saying that meant you was a terrible person. You might have looked at it like I'm cool, I'm accepted. There's no harm, no malice to anything that I'm saying. And me and this guy, we cool people. You know, I don't know if they would say I was a friend, but we cool with each other. We work together, whatever the case is. So, it's all right. It's all right. But I do think that it was kind of my responsibility to do something to make sure they understand that it's totally not okay. All right. Now, I believe it was one guy who took, if my memory is correct, I think this was a coworker. One guy who took it a little too far. And then I had to slap the taste out of his mouth because he used it when I told him off GP, I got to do something to you. I don't think he believed me. Okay. I don't think he believed me. So if my memory is correct, he was like a coworker. And he was trying to get a quote unquote N-word pass. But I told him, me knowing you ain't good enough or whatever. You knowing some of us as black folks and we work together, that ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? And then, he wanted to test the waters at the end of the day. Okay. So, I'm not saying it was a good thing because you shouldn't be slapping your coworkers. Let's just keep that real. Okay. I am not saying violence is always an answer. I'm not saying that. I'm never going to promote that. I promote peace, y'all. I try to promote peace. Okay. But I'm talking about back then. You know what? I did put the link. I did pin the link. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I pinned the link for people who wanted to come up. But I see I did pin it. Yeah. I mean, I slapped him because he wanted to know. I don't think I did malice toward him. I think he was trying to figure out something. Like what's going to happen to me if I say the word? Am I quote unquote big enough to say that word? Or, I'm entitled. I think I can say that word and y'all really ain't going to do nothing about it. I think he was just trying to find out. Okay. I think he was just trying to find out. And I think I helped him find out because at the end of the day, if somebody who knows you and is quote unquote cool with you, y'all work together and he slap you, I'm doing you a favor. Because if I'll do it, you start to understand what would other people do who don't know me at all? Okay? What would other people do if you don't know me at all? Now, the thing was, yeah, you could get in trouble for something like this. I'm not saying that was the best way to handle it. Okay? But I consider myself a decently smart guy. So when he said something about it, I'm like, well, what you gonna do, man? You gonna tell on me? You gonna tell the manager I slapped you? Because if you tell the manager I slapped you, we got to say why I slapped you. Now, if you want them to know that, if you want management to know why you had to be slapped, that's on you at the end of the day. Okay, that's on you. If you want management to know, because I ain't gonna deny I slapped you. Okay, but I'm definitely gonna let them know why. And they just chose to quote unquote keep it to themselves when it comes to management. Okay, it is what it is. It wasn't like it wasn't other people there. Everybody know why I slapped you, so it just is what it is. Now, not saying that that's a good or a bad thing. I think that was just my way of protecting the N-word at that particular time. Not gonna say it was the best thing to do. It was just me doing what I can to protect the word. Okay. Now the thing is, why do people clamor for the opportunity to say the N-word when they don't classify like us? Okay. Now, if you want to know what I mean by us, mainly I mean FBA men, because that's who really have said it. I mean, there's even black women at this point who say the word nigga as a slur. Okay, let's keep it real. You hear black women talking on social media, you'll hear them use the word as a slur. Now, of course, they believe it's okay for them to do that because they black women. And they can be FBA black women. But if you listen to them, they using it as a slur just like a white person would. So what's the big deal with the N-word? Because we don't see people clamoring to say slurs of other folk. We don't normally see that. Okay. But we see people all day long who want to get a pass for being able to say the N-word. They want this to just be regular stuff. Okay. They want this to be just in regular use. Okay. Now, my thing is that should be a risk for them to take. I'm gonna say that it should be a risk for them to take. If you want to say nigga that bad, why shouldn't you risk something bad happening to you? Okay. Why shouldn't that be a risk? Cause you know what I've never done, y'all? And I told you I done had a bunch of jobs. Okay. I done had a bunch of jobs. What I ain't never did was go to a location and y'all give me one more. I do apologize. Somebody keep calling me. It must be an emergency. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, I do apologize about that, y'all. I do apologize about that. Shout out to Afro Merchant. He say, what elevator music, Ross? My bad, y'all. My bad about that. You know, I'm definitely supposed to put the elevator music. I'm gonna try to make sure this weekend. I was supposed to do it last weekend. I did it done. I'm gonna try to make sure I get it done this weekend for sure. My apologies, y'all. My apologies. Okay. But you know what? I don't like to go in a situations where I got to do that anyway. So I do apologize. That was an actual emergency. So I just gave some people some base instructions. And then I told him I'd call him later. So I do apologize. Okay. But okay, with this word nigga, y'all, why everybody want to say nigga, but everybody don't want to say other things? Now, the funny thing I see about the word nigga, now this is the way I see it, y'all. Nigga has become an issue because black people can say it and other people ain't comfortable saying it. Other people have to take a risk to say that word. Other people can get fired from their jobs to say that word. Okay. You know, the show we was doing yesterday where the white folks was getting together in a specific town. I told you they don't want to deal with none of the issues that go along with saying that word if you're the wrong person at the wrong time in the wrong context. They don't have to worry about none of that stuff. Everybody want to say nigga though. Okay. And I'm not literally meaning everybody, but out of all the different groups, you have groups of people who want to say nigga. Now you got to ask yourself, why you want to say nigga, but you don't want to say the Chinese slur? You don't want to say the Mexican slur. Okay. Have y'all seen anybody on television saying they want to be able to use a slur for Mexican people? You know, because maybe y'all saw something I didn't see. I ain't never seen anybody on television saying that they want to use a slur for Mexican people. Okay. Never seen it. Never seen it. I have never heard somebody on television saying that they think they should be allowed to say a slur for Chinese people. I ain't seen it. Okay. I've never seen anyone on television saying they want to use a slur for Jewish folk. Okay. Never seen that at all. All right. Now, have you seen somebody on television basically trying to say it's okay? This, we want to be able to say the word nigga. Now, that's been on TV. All right. That's been on TV for a while now. Okay. That's been on TV for decades. Okay. That's been on TV for decades at this point. All right. It's been people going on television. You've had folks on these little talk shows and whatnot from back in the day, always trying to say something about saying the word nigga. Heck, if my memory correct, I think even the host of the show was making an argument to say the word nigga. If my memory right, I don't want to put it on them for 100% for sure, but I'm thinking high 90%. I'm about 95% sure even Geraldo might have made an argument for people to say niggas. I ain't gonna throw that on them for sure. Because people have come to people have come to talk shows to say they want to be able to say nigga freely. And I don't want to blame the host of the show. He's just hosting the show. But if my memory correct, Geraldo might have made an argument to be able to say the word nigga, but I'm not 100% sure. Not 100% sure. Okay. But guests come to these folk shows to ask about saying the word nigga. Okay. Now, do they have a quote unquote right to say nigga? Yeah, if you want to be technical and look at it from a constitutional perspective, yes, they do. Just is what it is. They do. Okay. They it's technically a right that they have. Is it a right they should use? Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. Okay. It's just not a good thing to do. But there is an issue because, again, I don't see people fighting to say slurs for other people. It's always, I want to say nigga. How come you don't want to say nothing else? Okay. Y'all, and see, this is where black people got to wake up. Okay. Black folks got to wake up. You don't see nobody else fighting to use a slur from anybody else other than black folks. Why they want to use that one? Now, if you wanted to use all the slurs, then I could be like, okay, this person is really about about the Constitution or their fundamental right to say whatever they want to say. It's really something to do with that. But they don't want to use all the slurs. Okay? Truth be told, I don't see where they want to use any slur but nigga. The only one I see people want to use. Okay? Now, why is that? Okay. I think it's that because folks just got a problem with black folks. I understand. I do understand. People don't want to come off as racist. But if you want to only use a slur against black people and you don't want to use slurs against other people, what am I supposed to think at that particular point? Okay. There's slurs out here for everybody, right? Ain't it slurs out here for everybody? But you only want to use one. Okay. You only want to use one. I just find that to be a very interesting thing. Now, for black people, is it cool for someone to use the word nigga? Now, I do understand that there is a thing called the N-word pass, right? Where you let somebody in a small group of people amongst their friends say nigga. Now, this is the thing, y'all. As I've grown up and I've learned, to me, the N-word pass shouldn't even exist. That's real talk. Okay. Now I understand maybe you gave somebody an N-word pass back in the day. All right. Maybe you was a child. Maybe you was a young adult. Okay. But as an older person looking at how things go, how people operate, N-word pass shouldn't even exist. Just real talk, y'all. It shouldn't even exist. All right. But in order for us to make that a thing, we're gonna have to start telling folks, hey, I understand, but don't give nobody an N-word pass. Under no circumstances do you give them an N-word pass. That's it. Just is what it is. Nobody should be getting the N-word pass. Now, I'm not going to promote violence, but what I am going to say is if someone uses the N-word, especially somebody who's not FBA, okay, and y'all really need to pay attention when women use it because it's questionable when they use it too, because a lot of them will use it in a derogatory term, just like a white person would. Okay, pay attention to that. You know, now I'm not gonna say if she's an FBA woman that you do something to her, but I will say if she's an FBA woman, you should say something about the fact that she's using it in a derogatory way, like a white person, like a racist white person would. It's not even just a white person, like a racist white person would, because that means something. Okay. Why even you as a black woman, why would you use it as a racist white person would use it? And my thing is we need to call that behavior out to the front as well. Okay? Because I keep telling y'all, the general black woman is a white supremacist. So she shouldn't get a pass to just use it as if she's a racist white person. That shouldn't be cool. But we're gonna have to start making an issue of that too. Okay? And of course, as men, if we don't say nothing to them, they gonna keep doing it. Because why wouldn't they? You know, you got to think about that. Why would they stop on their own? Okay. But y'all, I got my main man, A.L. Evans has come up. So I'm gonna go ahead and give him the floor. What's going on, my brother? How you doing?
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't you just educate them and trick them to use the word NEGUS? Do you know what that? Do you know what that N word stands for? Kings and queens. Why don't you just trick them into using niggas instead of niggas, since you have a problem with it? Because they're not gonna stop, and you're not gonna bust every white man in the face because they do this. Because if you keep this up, player, you gonna lose your life. You're gonna end up losing your life straight up. You need to think about this. So instead of you getting mad at them using that word, why don't you trick them into using the word of endearment that we use? And I said this to you about 3.5 years ago, period, point blank. There is another word. Tell them to use NEGUS, and let them walk around calling you that. They don't. Why not? Because I I just I don't I I actually agree with you that they shouldn't use this word, but yet and still you can't get upset at the fact that they use this word. So why don't you just trick them? Call, hey, man. You change the lexicon of people, and you tell them use this word instead. And you can even tell black people use this word, because most black people don't even know what nigga stands for and what it means. It means kings and queens. That's what we were. Period, point blank. But I digress.
Okay. Interesting theory, man. Ideal, I should say.
It's a straight up theory. Think about it. Negus and Negus is pull.
No,
I'll call you niggas in the chat all day, and you wouldn't know what it meant.
I told
See that's just the layman in you. I mean, no offense. It is what it is. You been put yourself in precarious positions over nothing. Why don't you just trick them? You start by tricking your own people into using it. You know these Negroes, they don't even know what that means. They don't. Three-fourths of these Negroes don't even know what the word niggas means. And that's sad to say. You call them niggas right now, they're going to look you upside your head. They're going to think you calling them another form of a Negro. But then if you educate them and to use a different lexicon, a different form of dialect, they might just pick it up.
No, I do think, that's an interesting idea for people who rock with you. I don't think anybody's under the delusion of what they're doing and why they want to use the word nigga, because again, they're not trying to use slurs of other groups. Now, I did hear about that word meaning royalty a few years ago. It ain't been that long ago since I heard about that.
It meant it stood for kings and queens. That's what we are. 1508 documented history. Go look it up. Look it up.
I'm not disagreeing, because I heard about that a few years ago. What I'm saying is, people want to use it for a negative intention. I mean, I even found out the name Leroy was like a French word for king, and a lot of slaves owners would call their slaves Leroy to make fun of him. They're calling him king while he's a slave. It was an inside joke that they was doing.
They took the word niggas and they changed it and threw an ER on it over here because they knew. They didn't want to call you that. They knew. The white man knows what that word means.
I'm not saying you're wrong. My thing is, there's a clear intention of malice. So trying to trick them into saying niggas, I don't think would work, because they clearly want to be derogatory towards you. And I mean, even that point kind of shows how the goal is to be derogatory towards us as black men. That's the goal. So I don't think you're gonna be able to trick people who have a goal of being malice towards you into using something that's favorable to you. I don't think that's I don't think that's something you're gonna be able to do. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's something you're gonna be able to do. But let these other guys get in. But before y'all get in, let me give a few shout outs. We got some cash apps that came in. So first of all, shout out to Universal UC. He hit me about 5:57 in the afternoon. So he hit me with the $5 cash out while I was off the air. But thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Hey, y'all, it's good to make money around the clock. Even if it's $5, it's good to make money around the clock. So shout out to you. And y'all, I'm going to say the Roger Report Live cash app is always open, which is $ the Roger Report. $ the Roger Report, okay? Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. And I got a couple in today. So shout out to my main man, Gold P, came through the door this morning before the show even started, y'all. Good to make money around the clock. Thank you, Gold P. Thank you, Gold P. About 8:09 a.m., y'all. $25 on the plate. He says money for the plate. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. And thank you for helping me get off to the good start, my brother. Thank you for helping me get off to the good start. And shout out to my main man, Roastmaster One. He said, keep going, bro. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. And he hit me with the $20.57. Shout out to him also for the Trail Bentley tax. Appreciate you Appreciate you, Rose Master One. That Trillbilly tax, y'all, it add up. Okay, that Trillbilly tax add up. So shout out to everybody who's thrown in that little Trillbilly tax. That 57 cents may not seem like a big deal, but it adds up. So thank you very much. Appreciate it big time. Appreciate it big time. So we got Gold P here, and we got Shark who has come up. So let's let Gold P hit the get the mic, and then let's let Shark get in right behind him. Go ahead, Gold P. How you doing, brother?
I'm peace. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you well.
Okay, good deal. Peace to the panel and peace to everybody in the chat. Um, I'm glad we can come up and continue to have a conversation about certain things that are pertinent to our betterment when it comes to these kind of conversations. I'm with you, Roger. As far as nobody should get a pass, even though it happens. But I'm with you on that. We look at what the situation is, and we tend to look at how a person. I mean, I think brothers choose their battles, and that word right there. It depends on who's around you and who you're dealing with and whatever have you. A brother will decide whether he wants to make that a battle or not. Now, for them, AL said, we should trick them into, calling us what we originally are or were, right? Here's the problem with that. You can't trick someone who already know who you are. This is a personal thing with them. They want to be personal with it. And when they're being personal with it, it means that they want to be derogatory. They want to be negative. They want to make sure you feel every part of it. That's what they want to do. Okay. They know who you are. They know who you were. And for the record, everybody weren't kings and queens. We got some raggedy people out here that are far from kings and queens. I want to put that on the table too. You could only have one king, just like you can only have one Highlander. Only one. And I'm gonna leave it right there.
Okay. All right, Highlander. You definitely today's Highlander. So Shark, you got the flow, my brother.
Hey, peace. What's up? What's up, everybody? How y'all doing today? Thanks for
What's
letting me up
happening?
on the panel, Raj. I definitely agree. I just want to say thanks, Gold P, for saying that everybody wasn't kings and queens. You can't have a whole tribe of kings and queens. That doesn't even make sense. But as far as the word, I don't think anybody should say it. You see the way you said, like when a black woman says it, you got to really be wary of how she's using it. It's the same thing when a black man uses it. He's calling you what the word is. It don't matter how you use it or how you don't use it. You don't want nobody. So it's like in the LGTB community, you can't call them a FAGOT or whatever however you spell it, right? Because it means something derogatory. It don't matter. They don't joke with it or nothing like that. So same thing with us. Like even calling each other like, yeah, Roger's my nah. I don't. Me and my brother adapted the word. Like we just make up any word besides the word to say, yo, what up? So I might call you Jackson, like, yo, what's up, Jackson? But stop using the word. And the reason why the word people want to use the word so bad is you have for the last 25 years the most popular music genre in the world has been using this like it is what it like. It's just a term of endearment. And how is a bad word a term of endearment? And they address, oh, we took a bad word and we flipped it. No, you didn't. The etymology of the word is the etymology of the word. It don't matter how you use it. And for the word, the African term negus, ain't no white person hear that word when you was a slave and misinterpreted it and started saying nigger. You understand what I'm saying? So even saying the word niggas is too close to the word niggas, so you don't even say that. It's like saying hair and hair. It's two totally different spellings, but the word sounds the same. You know what I'm saying? So we just gotta leave that whole word alone. Men shouldn't be calling each other the word. Black women shouldn't be calling each other the same word. If a white man is racist for calling you that, why isn't a black man racist for calling you that? We shouldn't be calling each other something that's derogatory, point blank. And that's just how I look at it. I know people like, no, nah, bro. And we like, but that rap music is really what modernized this word to be used as such and such. And it's like, a lot of people don't understand. Like, some of our black people will sell us out and throw us under the bus. You got dudes doing whole concerts and festivals where there ain't nothing but white people in there, and he's singing the song my nigga," and he gonna point the microphone at them so they can say it. Like, come on. And we don't hold none of these people accountable. We like, but he getting money though. It's going to come a time where we're going to have to wake up. We already woke. We already got red pilled through how females act. Now we got to get red pilled to how we really act as people.
Well, I once again I agree. I agree with Shark and Roger. Hey, look, myself, I rarely use that term, uh, the N word. I rarely use it. I mean, really rarely. Because one, I've been an instructor for a long time. I teach health education. That's what my background is, health education. So when I'm speaking to a lot of people, from young to elderly, I have to speak a certain way. So with that being said, I don't want that word just falling off my tongue. It make me look bad, and it isn't appropriate for a public type conversation or uh, any type of um, involvement with people when you're having some serious conversations or lightweight conversations, whatever have you. When you change the way you speak with people and you remove the words that you uh, commonly use that refer to others in a negative manner, whether it be jokingly or not, you better yourself because you've enhanced the way you speak to people, and that's important. When you speak to people, you're accustomed to speaking to people in public as well as in private. You practice how to speak well and use your words, versus those words that can be derogatory, as Roger has said. And we see this all the time. This is not a new thing. We see this all the time. And people take on that idea that it's okay. We can say it's cool under the guise of it's cool. But it's not cool because our genetics, our implied imprint genetics, it hits a different way with people who are from here, who have generations who've grown up here. It hits different. Whether you're just born yesterday, your genetics will speak to that when you actually are exposed to it in real time as you get older, because people still do it. People still have that negative energy. People still have that negative thought when they call you out. It's calling you out your name. It's what it is. Yeah, we may joke. Yeah, we may joke. But in the bigger scheme of things, it is better not to use it. It's better to use your words. You guys have heard me speak many times, many days. You rarely hear me use any profanity or anything like that, because I think it is better to use my words. Practice, make it a habit to use my words versus those other words, those colorful words that can fall out at any. I can be sitting at a job interview and all of a sudden a colorful word fall out my mouth. I lose the job. That's
You
all
know
I'm
what?
saying.
Yeah, y'all got some interesting takes. I was about to say that I agree with something Rael said in the chat, but Rael then came up, so I'm just gonna go ahead and give him the mic. And I'm just gonna say, man, I thought y'all was my niggas, man. I really Well,
See,
we got
see,
to have a talk after the
see,
show, man.
see.
We got to have a talk after the show. But go ahead, Ryan.
Use your words, Roger. Use your words, Roger.
All right, Ryan, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead. Ryan, you on mute if you're talking. Okay, maybe he need a moment or something like that. Maybe he came up, but he need a moment before he get going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Peace, Roger. Peace of the panel and chat. Language is a very powerful medium of communication. And we're constantly having this particular conversation about this particular word. This word, from a historical standpoint, has been so much about emasculation of Black men specifically. Yes, it's affected Black women and children to a certain degree. But really, this word has been truly about emasculating Black men. And so when you talk about this word specifically in the artistic framework, obviously art is a different medium of communication. What's not appropriate in the quote unquote real world, there's much more freedom in terms of expression in the world of art. So the same rules don't apply. So when you talk about this word being used by, let's say, somebody like DMX, rest in peace to the God, at a rap concert, that is a different medium of exchange in terms of communication because it's in the artistic context. Now, I'm using DMX for example because of how powerful he was as a man. And so when you have a whole crowd, because remember, the word in the real world context was used in a way that was emasculating. But in the artistic world, DMX had the power to make whites use it according to our own rules. That is power. To take something that was considered so negative and make them use it in a way that you use it amongst your own for a positive. Because when my brother say that's my nigga, I know what he means. I know he's not saying it derogatory. You know what I'm saying? He's not coming with the ER expression of it. You know what I'm saying? He's saying it to me because I'm his brother. So we've taken that in that particular context. We've taken that in that particular context and we've completely flipped it and gave it power for ourselves, which is something that we have done in a lot of ways with a lot of things that are considered negative. So soul food in that context was the same type of thing. Stuff that was considered not even, really the best parts of animals, like Black people made into cuisine to serve the purposes of what they needed. So we can't look at this particular word in terms of our usage of it in the context of white people. You know what I'm saying? Because in the real world, obviously, there's the potential for conflict if they're using it on that level. We took the word and we made something different, the complete opposite, in terms of how we related to each other, especially as black men. And so, from an artistic standpoint, like you can't. It's not the same kind of proclivities that you will have in the real world. The real world is what it is. The artistic world is something completely different, and you have to take into consideration how art it does imitate life, but it allows you a freer form of expression than what you can do actually in the real world. That's why a lot of art can tell more truth in a lot of ways than what people will say. Like, okay, I'm reading a history book. Like, you're going to get a lot of times a much more sanitized, you know what I'm saying, version of things. But when we use it in the artistic expression in our world, it allows us to actually have a conversation about it because, you know, people going to want to know, well, what is this word? What does this come from? And we get to tell the story of the word and how it's related to us. But at the same time, how we've been able to take the word and put a different spin on it and make it something positive for us, which ultimately takes the power out of the word from people who want to use it in a disparaging way towards us, which is true power.
Okay. Now I'm add in and say this. Now Rael did say in the chat that nigger and nigga is two different words, and I do agree with that. And truth be told, when I started to realize certain things about life, I didn't have a problem with black people saying nigga. Now I'm gonna tell y'all the straight up truth for why I didn't have a problem with black people saying nigga. And I'm not talking about somebody using a derogatory term, because yes, it's possible that people can use it in a derogatory term. But I'm gonna tell you the number one reason that I didn't have a problem with the word nigga was because we can use it and they can't. And that's real talk, y'all. You know, okay, black people got something that they could do that other people can't do. To me, that's a sign of power. That's definitely a sign of progression. That's a sign of superiority. I'm good with that. That's simple at the end of the day. You know,
But it's still a word that somebody gave you. And like, even though you got Nick, the N-E-R, and however they spell it, N-I-G-G-A or N-I-G-G-A-H, the word nigga derived from N-I-G-G-E-R. It's not like we just made up a new word and stuff like that. It's like if we all love P-U-S-S-Y, right? But if somebody call you a P-U-S-S-Y, what's going to happen?
What the thing is, I mean, so something bad is usually gonna happen. Just to answer the question, something bad usually gonna happen.
But we love it though. We do anything in the world for it. But if somebody call you, yo, you my P-U-S-S-Y, you're gonna look at them like, all right, you might want to put that drink down because we're gonna have to have a talk with our hands.
It's not the same thing. It's this particular word has a completely different connotation historically. Like in a lot of ways, we've taken, we've gone from white people feeling so free to say this word in a derogatory way to putting our own spin on it. And now white people are scared to use the word. Is that not power?
Wait, say that one more time for me. Run it one more time.
We have gone from white people feeling free to say this word in a derogatory way towards specifically black men, to black men taking the word, putting their own spin on it, and now having white people scared to use the word freely.
Well,
it's not
power. It's not power.
That is power.
I'm sorry.
You literally you've taken the very you literally taken the very impetus of something that because when they have said it historically, we know like it was to deride and be vindictive towards black people, but black men specifically. Black men took the word. Black men took the word. Okay, let me ask you a question, Go Pete.
Well,
What
let
does it?
me ask my
What does
question
what does
before
the
I
word
forget.
mean?
Let me ask my question before I forget. Um, uh, has the word created any outside of the entertainment industry? I'm talking about for the average person. Has it created any uh, financial uh, benefits?
I'm gonna say yes, and
Okay,
let me tell you why.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, because if you use any version of the word now, and you're not one of us, a lot of times companies just have to, because they don't want to deal with what the quote unquote situation is. They just fire you now. If you ain't one of us, you just get fired. And guess what happens, y'all? That's an opportunity for black people to take that particular job itself, or for even for somebody else to move into that job. Somebody moves up now, a new black person's hired somewhere. So yeah, there are financial consequences that
No,
happen to folks, and
that's a
there's black people who gain.
But
you
Roger,
no, that doesn't work like that, Roger.
yeah.
I mean, on the surface it may look like it works like that, but it doesn't work like that because the bottom line for people who have businesses who may compensate people or fire people, whatever, is the dollar. They're looking at what, because if that was the case, then it'd be a lot more people. We wouldn't be having conversations about employment and things like that because there's those games being played all the time
I,
in
I don't
business.
think I don't think other people other than us is having this conversation. I think everybody else kind of know what time it is. I don't think
Yeah,
they're having real
okay.
conversations outside of we want to use it too.
But
Yeah,
why?
but
But the
look,
reason
but
they
look,
want to use it is because we sitting here saying it's a term of endearment. They don't want to say neg. They don't
That's
want to
not the
call you a
reason why they
nigger.
want to use
They
it.
want to
That's not
call.
the
They
reason
want
why
to
they
say
want to use
nigger.
it. That's not the
But
reason why they want to use it.
Yeah,
That's
not
not.
yeah,
They're
I don't
not
agree
wanting
with
to
that at
use
all.
it. That's
put it
not the
like
reason
this:
why.
in the context of you got, because you got to look at it in the ill context. Yo, I just said 25 years. There's kids out here that's white kids that's 25 years old. All the music they ever heard, that word was in it. And they hear us, oh no, that's a term of endearment. Now, a person like 60 years old, 50 years old, you know what he's saying. You know what that person is saying. But they're not the ones asking, can I say it? It's these 25, these 20-year-olds, these 30-year-old people asking, like, well, I can't say it. I thought it was a term of endearment. So to cut the whole thing down, why not just stop saying it? Everything is frequencies, and bad words mess up your molecules and stuff like this. So
Do
I
do
don't see the
do do
Well,
black
I
problem.
do
mean, well,
black? Hold
hold
on.
on, y'all. Hold on. Can I just step in? Because this is nonsense. I don't even know what y'all niggas is arguing about.
Yo,
If we done turn something into something that they can't do that we can, I don't even know what y'all niggas is arguing about. And I don't know why we stuck on if the word is good or bad. Hell, a good word could suddenly turn bad if your feelings are hurt. So I don't know what y'all talking about, this perspective of good and bad words. It's vocabulary. It means whatever you want it to mean.
no, it
And right
doesn't.
now, of course it does.
Give me an
Bad,
example.
I
Give
was
me an
I'm
about to tell
example.
big,
you.
I'm bad. Come on, man, stop it.
Give me an
Y'all
example.
niggas
You
get
say
stuck in this pronunciation of where the words come from. You know, the Nazi sign was a symbol of peace, right?
It sure is.
that's a
It sure
symbol.
is.
That's a
So
symbol. I'm
I'm just trying
asking
to
you. So,
figure out why y'all
so
stuck on
truth
this
teller,
nonsense about
truth
good and
teller.
bad.
When you at work, and one of your employees does something good, you like, yeah, that was some bad stuff you just did right there. No, you saying, yo, good job.
No,
So only in the
it
It
context,
depends on the
depends on the
only in the
context.
context.
context of hip
Yeah,
hop
it
do we
depends on the
change words.
context.
Yes.
Only in the
No,
context of
no,
hip hop do we change words. But when we walking
no,
down the
no.
street,
White people
Other
change
groups of
words
people change
too.
the context of words too. What are you talking
That's
about?
not just us.
no,
I
I'm not
don't
saying.
know why y'all think we live in this fish tank by ourselves. I
For
don't get it.
real, man.
I said hip hop. I dip say black culture. I
No,
said hip
but the
hop.
changing context of words isn't just a hip hop thing.
Thank you.
It's been done for centuries. Before hip hop was even a thought in some young dude's mind, spray painting a wall somewhere. I don't know where y'all niggas get
But
this.
listen,
Point blank. Going back
Are
to
we
the
in 2025? If we're in 2025 and we know what it is, and historically speaking, we know we're familiar back to the people who are 40, 50, 60, who are familiar with that age. And then when you have the younger ones who are 20, 30, who are learning the context of what things are, or what this word means, and then they decide to use it how they use it. But then they get around their family, they get around people who are of age, who have a different understanding of that. Then it becomes a conversation of why. We have to ask why versus just using it as some frivolous word like other coaches attempt to use when it comes
Well,
to
hold
talking
on.
about us.
I'm
I'm just
confused.
saying.
Are we responsible for answering their
Look,
questions on why?
it's not.
Well, you
Look,
talking
it's
about
not
your
about.
grandmother
Look,
at the barbecue, and you like these niggas get on my nerve, and your grandmother look at you like, what are
He
you
go.
like? Why would you be using that word?
Well, who? Skippy or
No, I said
Raheem?
yo. I'm saying one of our grandmothers. We black men on this panel right now. We say
Uh
it
huh.
at the barbecue, and one of our grandmothers turn around like, why would you use that word? And your
Right, because
grandfather
our
like,
grandmother. You talking about my grandmother who's 87 years old,
and who
who
been
is in
called?
her who's in her 30s when Martin Luther King was stomping these streets? That grandmother?
Yes,
Or do you
they
want
look
to
at
talk about my mother who's probably 20 years younger who don't care if we say it?
Right.
what word did I say? Grandmother. I didn't say your mother. I said your
All right,
grandmother.
so I said the age time frame for a specific reason.
Mm-hmm.
Times change, young man.
My
It
mother's
just is
15
what it
years young.
is.
My mother's 15 years older than me. She don't say that word.
That's good for your moms.
So I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's
like,
all
My
right.
but
mother
this is the problem.
is
We don't have
34
no.
years
We
older
have
than
no.
me, and she
We
don't
have
care.
no. We have no code, fellas. We have to have some sort of code.
guys. Okay, let's just bring it at a slight notch because I don't want Chef Mike popping up. Okay, and I had to take a phone call real quick, so I know I missed a little something because it got a little heated, but it's cool. But let's let Jado get in because I heard Truth Teller, so I know he made a statement. So let's let
And
Jado get in.
it ain't heated. We all good. Yeah, we
Okay,
all
okay,
good.
cool. All right. I said it just in time because Chef Mike Daddy told me I'm about to start snatching soup. So, okay, we gonna be good, Chef. We gonna be good. Okay, we promise. Okay, we being good. Jado, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Jeff, don't be quick on the trigger, brother. Please, man. Hey, what up, Roger? Fellas on the panel. Everybody
hey,
in the
what's
chat.
happening, Jado? What's
Hey,
up,
what's going
Jado?
on, Gold P? What's going on?
PJ.
Peace, fellas. Hey, I didn't hear. I just as soon as I turned on the program, I just started. I came up or whatever. And good. And hey, I lately I've really looked at myself, man, and looked at my. Not lately. I say the last 10, 15 years. I look at my own flaws and I guess inadequacies and really face them, man. Even no matter how painful they are. No matter how painful they are. And I think that's a tough thing for most people to do, considering our egos and stuff. And and I think you got the small points that I've heard so far. That I think you guys are making some legitimate points. I think I think we need to let go of that word, period, man. And this is coming from somebody that uses it. And I'm going to make an effort to not use it as much as I used to. I think we're probably the antiquated. I think we're all around Xers or maybe I think we're all, I don't know about Gold P, brother, but I think we're all about Xers. I think, man, we're
I'm
still
an extra. I'm an extra.
yeah. And I'm an Xer. I think I don't think we're too far off in age, most of us. Anyway, I think, man, I live out here. I've lived out here in California longer than I've lived in my original hometown of Chicago, Illinois, man, where I lived all and pretty much 99.9% black. Lived in Georgia as well, which where is my family's originally from. And very, very 99.99% black or whatever. Those aren't the exact numbers, but very black. And I've used that excuse me, I've used that word quite a bit, man. But out here in California, man, I see Hondurans, I don't know how to pronounce it, Mexicans, Filipinos, Cambodians, all types of Asians use that word just as much as I don't want to say just as much, almost as much as black people. And I've never lived in New York. I've visited. I know it's very, it's more integrated in a lot of places than the U.S. I know the Puerto Ricans use it pretty frequently, man. You New Yorkers, correct me if I'm wrong, man. I don't know about Dominicans and all that stuff using it very frequently. And a lot of these people don't have any type of, I guess, African or Black American heritage, FBA, ADOS, whatever you want to use. I think we're holding on to this, and they use it a lot. And I know there's some white folks. I haven't been around them. I know some white folks do it. Man, I think this is a coping mechanism that we've used, man, because of all the pain that we've been through in this country, particularly. So we grab onto something that we think is a victory and hold on to it and grasp it because that's what we have, man. And I understand it because there's some pain there. We hold on to it. Oh, I get to use the nigger word and they don't. They can use it too. Do they use it as much as we do it and out in public? No. But they can actually live vicariously through us because they programmed us and conditioned us so much that they ain't really gotta say it. We say it to ourselves and we pretend like and I understand in context, sometimes it can mean a term of endearment, but we actually think that doesn't have some of that venom from where it originally came from. We didn't come up with this, man. Why do we embrace this stuff, man? We've embraced a lot of stuff from these Europeans, and we pretend like, oh, it's something that originally came from us, man. But I understand, man. We've been through a lot of pain and struggle. And again, like this ain't me pointing our fingers. We don't really want to look at that. This is a coping mechanism, man. We think we've got a victory when it really isn't. So either we let go of the word period and don't give a damn about it, or, pretend we're going to hold on to it and say, oh, we can only use it. It's not true. We're I think I'm in my mid 40s, man. We're holding on to it from them days of maybe the 60s on to maybe now. Well, I guess maybe 5 years ago, man. Other people are using it quite a bit, man. Anyway, I'll leave it alone, man. Appreciate it.
I got two questions.
Yes, sir. Please.
When until you saw you said as far as like non-black, non-FBA type people using the word before you saw it, when you said California, did you feel any pain when you and your boys used the word amongst each other?
I guess it's, man. I know Ryo, check me out. We use it with some venom a lot of times, man. We try to pretend like that's not the truth.
No, we don't. We
so it depends on the context, brother. No, Ryo, for real. Let's really break this down. If I say nigga, F you or something, that means I'm using it just with that same venom. F you, nigga. Why are we playing these games, man?
Hold on.
Like even on this panel, no, for real. Hey, Ryan, check this out. Even on this panel, man, when we're like kind of chilling, we like, hey, what up, brother? Yeah, what's up, brother? And then as soon as we get a little heated, just a little emotional, we say, man, niggas, man, stop that. Come on, man. It's a coping mechanism. Now understand why people use it.
That's contextual because
it is contextual.
You've been using it, but at the same time, it's the context in you actually being pissed off at that person. It's not the word. It's the fact that this motherfucker set you off. You just saying nigga because you used to saying it. That ain't what it is.
Right, we've been conditioned. Yeah.
Okay. So, secondly, have white people ever took something positive from black people and made it a negative thing towards black people and use it toward their advantage?
Have they taken anything positive from black people and made a negative? Or what do you think?
Turn it into a negative against black people.
I think quite a bit of things.
Right. So if they can do that with something positive and make it negative towards black, why can't black people take something that they use as negative from their position and turn it into a positive?
That's exactly what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying, gentlemen.
I don't think.
Man,
What have we made it positive though?
I mean,
We really haven't.
can you look at it from this standpoint? All right,
Yes, sir.
remember back in 88, 89, this is when this word started getting popularized by us. We started calling each other niggas. I mean, calling each other the N-word. Nigga this, nigga that. And then you literally had older black people telling us, trying to get us to stop. And they were saying, hey, rap community, don't spew that out. But
Right.
hey, hold
Speak
on,
on it,
check this
Ed.
out. Check this
Speak
out.
on it.
What if the rap community would have said and would have been educated enough to say, why don't we just change the word to niggas and start calling each other niggas? And if you would have done that back in the 90s, you know what ripple effect you would have did? What ripple effect that would have caused amongst us in our community? We would have literally educated ourselves to no, we're niggases. We're niggases. Uh,
But once
the,
again, I'm
Well,
sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
hold fast, because after I got to get these other guys. I got to say something and get these other guys in.
Can
go
I get in
ahead.
right after you,
Go
bro?
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. First of all, shout out to Irvin Reed. Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you, my brother. He said, y'all remember when folks didn't want to be called black? Or is that a part of the convo? So he's throwing out. I mean, y'all see the point in what he's saying. You see the point in what he's saying. Now, I got to say shout out to my main man, Inspired Truth Broadcast, who hit me with the Cash App. Okay, $5 on the Cash App. Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you, my brother. And he has come up to the microphone, so let me let him get in real quick. You have the flow, my brother. You have the flow.
First and foremost, let me make sure that I'm actually able to be heard because, like, I'm, out driving a little bit, so sometimes it doesn't really come in all that clear.
Well, you
You can hear
sound
me.
like you at home right now, my nigga. Okay.
Yes. See,
All right, that's
see,
good.
see, see.
I see
Yeah, we
that.
can hear you, brother. We can hear you, brother.
All right, so peace to the chat. Peace to the chat. Peace to Raj. So I kind of like agree with Jay though, like, but I also kind of see the point of how this whole thing kind of came into being in the first place. I think it was like basically we had it as a grand unifying principle. Like it didn't matter whether you were in one social class or another social class. It didn't matter whether you were geographically separated, you were on the East Coast or you were on the West Coast. At the end of the day, you were still kind of perceived the same way as black people as ninjas. But like the thing about that though is think at this juncture, at this point in time in history that we're at, it's time to let it go. Like, I mean, it is kind of a trash term and it belongs in the trash can in the bin in the scrap bin of history. Like, we don't really need that anymore. We've been like history is deep. Like history is a deep, deep topic and a deep, deep thing that affects us currently. It's not dead, it's not done, it's a living story. Same thing applies to identity. We've been trying to change and are kind of like restructure our identity for a very long time, from color to black to everything else, to African American. And then some people were like, no, don't call me African American, just call me black. Like we've been struggling with this identity for a long time, and we cannot ignore the grander society, the larger society around us that wants to utilize that term, that original term, and kind of put us in that social order bottom caste that we've always had is, oh, okay, well, at the end of the day, at least I'm not black, at least I'm not this, at least I'm not a slave. And that's really what this kind of like comes back to. Like it still kind of comes back down to slave. Like whether we try to kind of cut it and try to make it and rebrand it into a positive and make it anything else other than what it was, like it's still that. Like if we popularize it, we're still gonna be feeding into that, no matter what we do with it. So that's where I kind of just have to agree with Jado.
Hold on. So gay. Hold on. So quote unquote. Okay, let's use the proper term. Homosexual people have taken the word gay
Uh-huh.
that had a positive connotation in terms of sentiment, in terms of it being used to describe being a person being happy, and completely absconded this word and used it for something completely against the original purpose of the word, like completely the opposite of the word. But we're saying black men, and this is what my issue is. We're constantly trying to make a rule set for black men that nobody else has to fucking follow. Nobody. We got to do it the perfect way. We got to. We had to take this word and let's be clear. When people in the civil rights generation were begging for respect from white people and all of this type stuff, even black people that worked in the LBJ administration, who they even literally admitted that he was walking around in the 60s calling black people in his own administration niggas. And they still supported this dude. When the hip-hop generation came on the scene, because let's be clear, the hip-hop generation is the one that took the power away from this word. Let's be clear. We are the ones who made white people scared to use the word, not the civil rights generation, not them. We took the power away from that word, we made it for us. Like, okay, y'all want to do that? Okay, cool. We gonna put it all in your face, and we got white people to the point where they're cringy even thinking about saying the word.
Well, Rael, do you really believe?
It doesn't
have to
be.
that they're scared?
Y'all looking for a perfect response, but y'all looking for a perfect response. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
But Rael, they cringing to say the word because they know the word is bad.
Well, hold on one second, y'all, because I want to introduce something.
If they thought the word was good, they would say it.
Well, I mean, of course
nigger
they want to use
and
it.
nigga is two different words,
it's
bro.
the same thing.
But,
if you're gonna say if you're gonna use the word if you're gonna use the word AL was saying, that's a different story.
No, hold on, y'all. Look,
those are the same words.
Whether we use
is gay the same word then? Is gay the same word from the original purpose?
Now you talking. Now you want.
It's the same word. It's GAY.
All right,
gay means happy, but you want to follow people who have no logic. These people are abominations to the world, and you want to follow what they do.
We've been
there's two
using
other
the word
issues
nigga
with
before
that.
gay became popular, though, bro.
No.
We've been using
It was a negative,
nigga before they
though.
got popular.
There's like whole songs using it in a negative context.
All right, y'all.
What are you talking about?
I'm finna get in. I'm finna get in. Look. I understand where everybody coming from, but my thing is, let's be real, okay? Now this is the thing. Sure, everybody gonna use anything behind closed doors per se. It's about what you can and can't do in public. Now, you said something about the F word that we not supposed to use now. Because now I don't know where the F word came from. I know when I was a kid, it didn't just mean gay people. Somehow gay people said that's a slur to us. And now people can't even just use it publicly anymore. Okay. You know what I'm saying? No. They say you can't, because if you like say that on television or something, you get fines and all kinds of stuff for using that word. Now I don't even know when it supposedly only has something to do with a slur for gay people. Because when I grew up, we called you that, and it had nothing to do with you being gay.
Do you know what the word faggot means in the dictionary?
Don't say it, AL. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Yeah, and we can say nigga a million times. Though.
And you know what? You can say that because at the end of the day, it's about who owns what.
Yeah, they don't let you say that derogatory word. Like,
no. The whole thing is
with the gay word.
It's not about that. It's about the fact that somebody owns the platform, and they will mess with you for using the word. It's that simple. At the end of the day, it ain't about your feelings. Who cares? Okay. They don't care about the feelings. They don't care.
That's why I use it in proper grammar content.
It doesn't make a difference how you use it properly. They don't want you using it, period. And since they own it, I can't overrule them, unfortunately. It's just I can't overrule them.
Yeah,
it's
they could flag the show and stuff like that.
Now, when it come down to it, at the end of the day, this is the thing. I don't see nobody fighting to use somebody else's term. Now, what I will do, because now we have the power of Google and all these different things when you can look up stuff from around the world. So yeah, I've got into a situation where somebody called me the N-word. You know what I'm saying? Now, what did I do? I pulled out my phone. I looked up what's the slur for them, and I called them that. You see what I'm saying? I don't see black people doing that. You call me a slur, I'm gonna call you a slur. Okay, we can slur this thing up all day long. Now, if that was going on, I might be able to side with y'all a little bit more. But when my slur can be used and your slur can't be used, no, we got a problem. Because guess what? I'm more important than you to me at all times.
Thank you.
I agree
On
with
top
you,
of
Roger.
that,
But here's the thing: we have made that word a popular word. Nobody's walking around calling each other.
And real talk. My
So no,
bad
you
for cutting
saying
you off,
why?
but
No,
let
you
me just say
asking.
this.
No, because you asked the question why you don't hear people throwing around other people's slurs. Like, why can't I? Because we've made it a part of the vernacular in America now.
No, because many of those people aligned with white people. Okay.
yep.
They aligned with white people, bro.
So you
When
can't. I
I
agree. So
right.
now, but white people are letting you call yourself a derogatory word.
They not
They won't
letting
let
us
you
do
call
anything.
nobody
They
else.
They
letting
don't
you
even
do
have
shit.
to at this point.
They don't
We
let us
taking
do
over. It's
like
on
look,
autopilot right now.
look. I get. Hold on. I get some of the scholars, the Neely Fullers, and all these different people who come at it from a college academic perspective. I get all of that. I've been through that chamber. I understand it. But the word is a part of the cultural history of black people. There's no way to get around that. It's not like this. If we stop using the word, it's never going to be one of the most important aspects of what our history has been.
I could agree.
Okay, so by us taking the word and taking the power away from them, from how they use the word, they're more offended by not being able to use the word than actually being able to use the word. I'll take that.
Nah,
Here's the
I'll
problem
take that
about
win.
this, though.
the
Like
old the
the
old the
problem
old
with it
white
is
people ain't
that
offended. It's the
the
young white
word
people who
actually.
think it's a cool word.
I'm gonna say this.
They know it's not a cool word, bro.
The main problem with the word, if you ask me, the main problem is with the word is you don't defend it, but you cool when other people use it. And I'm saying this is as a general context for black folks. I remember I stopped at a store. I heard a young white guy say the word nigga. Now I'm guessing dude anywhere between 13 and 15.
Oh.
He with his girl. They kids. They don't know no better. I tell dude, don't ever say that word again. I understand you really too young to know what this word means. But the word you just used, I'm supposed to beat the hell out you. That's my job. I'm supposed to beat the hell out you. Now I ain't gonna beat the hell out you because I know you a kid and I know you didn't really mean nothing bad. But at the end of the day, somebody should have told you that's definitely the wrong word for you to be using, period. Now, what matters did he mean when he talking to his girlfriend and they ain't even talking about black folks? No, there was no malice at the end of the day. But the thing is, nobody clearly has told that young man, at least I'm gonna say based on the way he reacted, nobody told him that's something he ain't supposed to use. Now, this is the thing. We can't put nigga on the table and everybody else word ain't on the table. Sorry. I can't roll with nigga on the table and we gonna dissect this and dissect that and we should and should and everybody else word ain't on the table. I don't use theirs, they ain't using mine. And at least not without some kind of fight. You know what I'm saying? And when I was younger, yeah, the fight could go physical a whole lot quicker. Now I'm gonna still try to fight you. May not be physical as fast, but I'm gonna try to make sure you pay an awful price for using that word because I'm saying this, all of us could do better. Because real talk, when I noticed it was and I thought it was a girl. I'm just being honest. It was a rapper who came out called Tekashi 6ix9ine. Some younger folk like his music. Okay. I thought it was a girl because the dude had all kinds of colors in his hair and all type of stuff. He just looked like a dude to me on the album cover. So I thought it was a girl. So then I come to find out it's a dude. Then I come to find out he using the word nigga. Now I'm sitting there thinking like, all you dudes in the rap game, like, ain't none of y'all pulled him to the side and told him something. You see what I'm saying? Like, no, you can't let other people just start throwing your racial slurs out there if we ain't using theirs. Now we gonna use if everybody using nigga, everybody using everybody's racial slurs, and until we get to that day, ain't nobody using nigga but us.
New York has to hold the
But
L
that's
on
not
that
true
one.
though, Roger. That's not how it's going.
No, I'm
It
saying
is
that's
going
what
that way.
that's what the
No, it's
standard is.
not.
I'm saying that's what the standard's supposed to be. If you let, why would I let some white guy use nigga around me and he ain't got a price to pay? That don't even make sense to me.
No, I definitely agree on that, Roger. But that's not. Make your point, Jado. I got after you.
So here's
when we gonna change that? If nigga can't be used, are we gonna first start putting their words on the table?
Roger, we're dinosaurs, bro. We gonna be up out of here in about 40, 50 years, bro. I don't know. We holding on to. Look, man. I'm just saying, man. These Mexicans, these others, man. I'll say that with no black ADOS, FBA, any type of blood in them, are using it like it's nothing, man. But we're still.
Jado, have you ever seen Henry Louis Gates' Black in Latin America documentary?
Parts of it, no, you're not the full thing.
Okay. When they ask those Mexicans that don't look like traditionally us, I mean, we got some that look like us. That's the real.
A very small percentage, yes.
But when they asked them who did they identify, what did they say?
Probably us.
They said they identified with us. I watched the girl on there say she identified with negra. I'm talking about a little girl, not an adult, a little girl. Said they identify with negra. That's what she said. So again, a lot of this stuff is contextual. You know what I'm saying? Because if that's the case, now we got a whole book of worms that we got to deal with. Because if y'all are saying that, then can a mulatto person consider themselves black then?
Well, that's kind of like a little bit of a different.
No.
Yeah, they can.
We're gonna have to say the whole thing now.
They can consider themselves black. They father black.
Yeah.
So Barack was not a black president then.
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to say is, so what you said about the Mexican documentary, so that little Mexican girl could come to America and say the word nigga in front of Roger and he shouldn't say something to her because she identifies. So when you think about that, like I said, for 25 years, these kids, 30 years, these kids came up underneath hip hop. Hip hop is a culture, the way you dress, the way you act, the way you talk. This is a culture, literally. Hip hop is a culture, and hip hop says that like it is nothing. So why can't them people who live by that culture, no matter what color they are, say the word?
On NWA's album, they had a song with Eazy-E, and he started out the verse. He said, "Nigga, nigga, 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 please. I'm treated like a fucking disease." And he went on to say, and he said,
if you reach in my jaw, I pull out a bigger. Yeah.
Right. I didn't want to say that part.
Right.
Niggas say nigga, we cool, but crackers say nigga, nut the fuck up. Why? It was contextual. He was saying it right then in the song.
I agree with you.
Because remember when NWA came out, that was a big part of the criticism about the group. Was the fact that they used niggas with attitude as their name.
I agree with you. So that's what I'm saying. The white boy or the Chinese boy who came up and was born into hip hop culture, everything he listened, the way he dressed, the way he walked, the way he eat, he's saying nigga in a contextual way.
Hold fast.
Hold on, they're not born.
I got to throw a flag on this plate. I got to throw a flag on this plate because you talking about hip hop. Let's keep it real. All rap wasn't hip hop. White people told you all rap is hip hop. Hip hop was the more conscious rap. Okay. Hip hop was a specific group. It included other things outside of rap, true, but it didn't have nothing to do with no gangster rap at all. That was never included in hip hop until white people
Graffiti,
told us
breaking.
what hip hop is.
Come on, Roger. Gangster rap is a form of is a
It's a form of
derivative of
rap.
it's a no
Hip
It's
it's a
a
hop is
form
a
of
derivative
form
rap.
of
it's a
rap.
derivative of
Form of
rap,
rap.
and
No,
rap
no,
is
no,
part
no.
of
All of
hip hop.
But all of them is rap. They're just like all of it is song. I listen to an R&B song, yeah, it's a song. But if
So
I
now
listen to
we
a gospel song, it ain't got nothing to do with an R&B song. If I listen to a reggae song, it ain't got nothing to do with a gospel song or whatever. A lot of stuff can be in one. It can be in the category. I'm not saying it ain't rap. It just wasn't hip hop at the end of the day.
no, it is hip hop. It's part of rap. It's a derivative of rap. You got conscious rap, you got gangster rap, you
No,
got
rap is rap. Hip hop is a section of rap.
no,
Righteous.
no, no,
Rap
no.
is
I
not
want
a
to
No,
go back.
rap
section.
is no
I
rap
Rap
is
want
is
to
a
go
under
back
the
to
section.
the
Rap
rubric
is
of
original
a
hip hop.
topic
hold on.
real
No, no,
quick.
no.
Rap is a
Rap is
section
under
of
the
hip
rubric
hop.
of
Hip
hip
hop
hop.
is breakdancing. Hip hop is breakdancing. Hip hop
Graffiti.
is rapping. Hip hop is graffiti, and hip hop is
Yeah.
b-boying. Well, I said dancing already. That is hip hop. Point
Right.
blank.
Hey, well, look, man. The subject is about the N word, right?
Yeah.
And if we're to talk about the context, well, the context would be who is listening to us to receive the context of what we're talking about. Right now, if we're amongst each other, and we're at some cookout or whatever have you, and that people use that word, whatever have you, okay, we get the context. But if we're in a public area, which a lot of us are, a lot of us are at work, a lot of us are at some event or whatever that is looking to benefit us in some type of way, then the context of that area or that environment is not to use that. I was military, so the context of the military is we all wear green around here. Okay, we're all soldiers around here. That's the context. So when you go against what the context is of that, then it becomes a problem. I'm,
Yes.
I'm
I have.
saying we gotta understand when to use this, when to use that, and if we're to say, well, it is a part of our culture, well, everybody is not accepting of our culture. One and two, when they use our culture against us, we have to figure out ways of not uh, responding in a way that will get us caught up because we're always under the pew pew anyway.
But
Well,
go, but go, but go,
Yeah,
but
I
go,
have
Pete.
like
Hold
two
on, hold
quick
on. But go,
points real
Pete.
quick.
Oh, go ahead, Spider. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like I want to like piggyback on you there. You're absolutely right about our use of it. Like when we go and we use it, what you do habitually becomes what you end up doing in public as well. So if you make a habit of something, if you practice something, then that basically becomes your practice. So if you, the
Right,
best thing is just to not make that a habit. If that way you don't have to worry about
right.
slipping up and saying that in public. The other thing is that this is not equivalent to other people's slurs. Like there's not a slur that I can think of readily available that has the same weight, gravity, same atrocity history connected to it as ours. Like we can't even play the dozens with anybody else when it comes
Based on
down to
what?
slurs.
Based on
no,
what?
no, no. You know what? I mean, yeah, I agree with Inspiring Truth Broadcast for that, and that's why my thing is we still not using they slurs, and it ain't even just as bad. You see what I'm saying? That
Yeah.
so for black people who can't if we gonna say we can't say our own slur because we done took control of it and they not supposed to say it and we not using a slur, I'm not saying y'all ain't making very intelligent, legitimate points. I do understand where y'all are coming from who ain't seeing it my way. But if I ain't out here using a slur, now I'm not gonna say me because if I hear you call me my slur, I'm and I don't know yours, I'm looking yours up and I'm definitely calling it to you. That's me. And slur for slur, baby, bar for bar. It is what it is. If you gonna use mine comfortably, I'm definitely comfortable using yours because I don't care about disrespecting you once you done disrespected me. And I think it's my job to disrespect you even more than what you disrespected me. So I'm pulling yours out and using it. Until black people show that type of attitude, I don't even think us talking about not using the quote unquote slur for us should even be on the table because it just don't make sense to me. And shout out to Maggie Thompson. I don't know what she was talking about, but she used Rachel Dolezal. She said she's transactional like
Thank you.
Rachel Dolezal.
Thank
So
you.
so now Rachel felt like she was a black person. She felt like she could identify with black people, but she ain't black. Okay,
Nope.
so should she be out here,
Literally
even
in
if she
blackface.
tanned herself and all that other stuff that she was doing? So she's supposed to be able to say nigga? No, you can't say nigga because you just don't got my permission. I haven't cleared you, and I don't think we should clear anybody under any circumstance if you ain't one of us. And guess what? I don't mind us using nigga. My thing is use they words too though. Don't say cut off nigga until we using their words. Now when we use their words and they like, well, we tired of y'all saying these slurs to us. Then we can say, okay, well, you don't call us your slur, we won't call you. We won't call you your slur if you don't call us ours. We can then make an agreement, but until that point, ain't nothing to talk about to me.
Let me ask you a question, Roger. Why you think it's cool for them? Why you think it's possible for you to say the word nigga all over anywhere you want to go in public, and you could be on the radio. I never really heard nobody say it on TV. You could make albums with the word in there, and but just you can't say that the F word that AL said earlier. You can't you can't say any other. Well, no one even tries to say any other slurs because
Exactly.
our joint is the coolest. We made it cool. We didn't make it. We sitting here trying to defend a bad word to the point where now somebody's gonna look at, well, it's a term of endearment. It's powerful. I'm just giving power back to black people by calling them. No, we can't just leave it all the way alone. I understand
No.
what you're saying, Rael. I
I,
understand what you're saying, Rael, totally. But just so it ain't no loopholes, we just gonna eliminate the whole board of education.
no, I get what you're saying, but I'm telling y'all, my main reason for not rejecting the word when I became an adult, I don't remember exactly what age, when I figured out we could use it and they couldn't. That was my main reason right there. And I still take that as a good reason. Plus, if you say that word to me and I beat the brakes off you, even legally, I get the quote unquote temporary insanity thing. This dude called me a nigga. What you expect me to do?
No, I
I
agree
ain't
with
giving
you.
that up.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
That's when
we
you was an adult. I did the same thing. But you know what? I evolved. Now I understand I'm a god. So I'm not using that word no more. I call you Jackson. Like, yo, what up, Jackson?
No.
Everything cool? Why
I
you was late
I
last night?
do agree with which I'm not saying I don't understand exactly where you're coming from, but I'm saying right
You
now
can't
I have
call
a
me black.
power that if somebody who ain't black call me nigga, I can go full, I can go 0 to 100 real quick, and
As
I
you
it's
would
as
gonna
you
be cool.
should.
go 0 to 100 real quick if you call me Jackson. Cause you
hey,
see,
right.
you
I'm saying
don't
from a legal
understand.
perspective, I get to get away with this stuff.
But he called me. He's trying to call me Jackson and not knowing who Jackson represents. And I understand that represents Andrew Jackson, and he was a son of a bitch.
No,
He
no,
Now,
lived.
now, peep it, AL. Now that you told me that, I'm
He
just keep on
lived.
calling people God. Like, yo, peace, God. How you doing? I'm not even
look,
going to use
look.
Jackson no more. You know why I'm not going to use Jackson? Because you educated me on
Yeah.
that's still kind of derogatory. So now I elevate my stuff again, and now it's
Y'all,
all right. What's up, God? How you
that
doing?
is different. That's different from y'all are both black people. It's different from a white person or any quote unquote non-black person calling me nigga. I get to beat the hell out of them. Even go to court and say he called me nigga. I beat the brakes off of him, and the court be like, it's cool. That's
So
a whole different.
I don't
That's a
even
whole
like
different
black
thing.
people calling me nigga.
We love to take our perceived victories, man. And we love to take our perceived
I do like
victories and
winning.
use them.
I do like winning.
We
But
I'm saying
if somebody letting you think you
we're
winning, you ain't winning.
it's a man. Look, black people, we don't want like to look at it, bro. It's a coping mechanism, man, and we've been conditioned to do that. And we took it from Europeans, from white folks or whatever, and we use it on ourselves, man. It's a coping and I know, in reality, I know we don't want to let go of that word.
Oh
We're
no,
not
we're
going to
not.
do it, man. We're in love with it, bro.
Inclined to
That's
agree.
why I
And
said
white folks ain't even gotta say it. They can just watch you say it to each other.
yes. That's why I said educate the black populace to call yourselves niggas. Why not? Why does it sound so
Oh man,
foreign?
you know what? My bad, y'all. Okay, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off air. My bad. Man, I'm doing too much at one time. Pookie, the trifle edition that came up a while ago. My bad, brother. My bad. My apologies. He ain't had a chance to say nothing. I got to get him the flow. Yo, I'm just doing too much at one time. That's all. My bad, brother. Go ahead.
Salute to the brothers on the panel. Salute to the people in the chat. Shout out to Roger, and shout out to all my niggas. So, first and foremost, we're missing. Like, first and foremost, you gotta understand something. Prerequisites, right? And we're making things more complicated than they need to be. If you got herpes, you went raw, right? The prerequisite of getting herpes is going raw.
Yep.
If you don't have herpes, you didn't go raw, or you didn't smut a hoe out who had herpes, right? It's just that simple. So when we talk about culture, we're missing something. Bloodline, right? I've been in China for 21 years. I've met people who were born in China, like the Africans who came here, and they marry they with their wives, and they have children here and stuff like that. They grew up here, speak fluent Chinese. Grew up here all their lives, even graduated high school in China. They are not Chinese. Why? Because they don't have the bloodline. We can enjoy the Chinese culture. We can enjoy the Chinese food. We can enjoy the Chinese traditions. But a one person up here talking about, well, I grew up in the Chinese culture, so I'm Chinese. No, it doesn't work that way. To be a part of the culture is bloodline. So all the Mexican, the Asians who grew up around black people, that's just what it was. You grew up around us. It doesn't make you one of us. Your parents was just broke as fuck, so you grew up around niggas, right? That is a failure, especially if your ass is Asian. But that doesn't make you one of us. What makes you one of us is the bloodline. And that's the bottom line. And if you don't come from our bloodline, then you can't say the word. I mean, that's it. That's the prerequisite. That's what makes you part of the culture. Not living amongst us, not eating like us, not talking like us. You need the blood. Why? And that's all I gotta say.
That made a whole lot of sense. That's all I'm saying. It just made a whole lot of sense.
It does, but you gotta understand, and I definitely agree. But the thing is, Black culture didn't popularize that. It was a subgroup, which is called hip hoppers, who's like the gospel people ain't saying nigga in gospel music.
I get that. But whoever popularized it had ADOS blood in them, or FBA blood in them. Point blank period.
Right.
And I'm gonna say, just because it's popular don't mean you got permission to use it.
No, I'm not.
The White House a popular place.
I'm not disagreeing.
I can't go to sleep there.
I'm just saying it need to be deaded. Like, there's nothing wrong with understanding. Like what Ryle said, yeah, we took it. But we just let's have a code. Us as knowing black men. Like even you, Roger, when you be like, yeah, we got a community of black men over here. You ain't, and you be like, them niggas is over there.
Yeah, I think that we can actually be respectable without getting into respectability politics. So I agree with that.
Hold on, I don't understand. Look, I've heard LGBTQ people use the quote unquote F word to describe themselves, and nobody ever said, "Hey man, y'all hate yourselves."
Exactly.
I've never seen nobody say that with them.
Exactly.
And if it's used by somebody that's non-Taguito, it's considered derogatory.
Right.
It's considered a derogatory word. If you're not homosexual and you use that word, it's considered derogatory. But they will take the same word with all of the venom that y'all talk about, the N-word has. They will take the same word and laugh and joke with each other in the context of using that word.
They're not us living in America.
I was in the bar.
They are living in America, man.
They are living in America, but they're not us. Like, it's a whole different thing.
These are black people. We're talking about black people who do it too. We're not talking about them just white homosexuals. We're talking about black ones too.
Yes,
but that's
even
their culture.
The black
their
ones.
culture is LGBTQ, so that's what they do.
So we have a right to write our own rules when it comes to our culture too. That's my point.
Yeah, that's his point.
That's my point.
The thing about it is, just because you are in proximity of doesn't give you rights, right? Like if I live in the LGBTQ community, right? It doesn't give. I'm in proximity of, but was I initiated? No, because I don't have a cock in my ass. So at the end of the day, that's the bottom line. To be a
I
part of
mean,
that culture, you need a cock in your ass.
that
No
that
gay sex.
that's real talk because I work around. I go to LGBTQ neighborhoods and do work there many times. But I ain't participating in it at the end of the day. I'm not
Right.
one of them. I go
Right.
to where they live. I go to their businesses. I go in there, do my work, get up out of there. But I'm not calling them that F word that they don't
Right.
want other people calling because at some point in time they decided that that's somehow derogative toward them. Now, I didn't know that to be the case when I was young. I remember us using it all the time. I didn't know it to be derogatory to them. I'm not saying it was. I just know at some point in time it was now being presented on the mass level that is somehow derogatory to them. Out of respect, I don't use the word.
Roger,
Okay.
Roger,
And the point we're
it
missing,
is a
and the point we're
derogatory.
missing, though,
I got
and the
after you,
point
hot
we're
sauce.
missing is that no one goes to them and say, "Well, I grew up around you, so I can say it." No,
Thank you.
no,
But
Thank
no,
you.
and
what
you
I'm trying
Thank
to
you.
say is that is a
right.
derogatory. That is a derogatory word within the LGBTQ community. They will call one of them that be out of a derogatory
No, they
meaning.
will not. No, they will
It will
not. I
not.
I've
have
seen
heard
it.
them use
I've
that as a
They
term
they
of
do they
endearment
do
with
do
each
it.
other.
Rael, I've seen it.
That is false.
Ra-
No. Hold on, Sharp.
I've seen it.
I didn't say they don't. I said what I'm saying is I have also seen them use it as a term of endearment and laughing and joking when they refer to each other by that particular word, bro.
Yeah.
Well, peep it.
And
What
I'm
I'm
saying
trying to
that's
say with the whole
I'm just saying
culture thing
That's a
is, right?
fact, bro.
What
and
I'm trying
So
to say with the whole culture thing is, I'm gonna tell
but
y'all a story. I'm in a bar not too long ago, and it's a gay dude, and it's a whole bunch of straight chicks, and they, women, they call each other bitches. Like, hey, bitch, that's my bitch. All right. So I'm sitting there, and the gay dude starts saying, yeah, you a bad bitch. Da da da. So I'm like, I tell my homegirl who's the bartender, I'm like, yeah, y'all is some bad bitches. All of them turned around and looked at me like I said something crazy. So then I was like, well, why he could say it but I can't? They was like, because he's gay.
yes,
So
No, no,
because he's an
no, no, no,
accepted
no.
part of their group.
thank you. So what I'm trying to say is we accepted white people into hip hop. White
No,
No,
people
we
we
didn't. No, we
we
didn't.
have not accepted
Yes, we
them.
have.
No,
What
no, no.
we're
You're missing
What
are we on?
the
Roger, Roger,
Can
hold on,
you
hold
white
on, hold
say
on,
people
hold
been
on.
in
Let's
any?
go back to the
white people
example.
been in
Can you
hip
say
hop.
Let's go to
One
the
of the
any?
first,
example.
Roger, one of the first hip hop songs is by a
Hold
white
on, we got
woman.
to go back to the example. Hold on, because we're missing again. We're missing the
oh my
basics.
gosh.
We're missing the basics. So let's go back to Shark Sims thing, right? The women were calling each other bad bees. The gay was calling them also bees. And then you said it, and then they got upset. Why? Do those women enjoy dicks in their mouth? Absolutely. Does the gay dude enjoy dicks in his mouth? Absolutely. Shark, do you enjoy dicks in your mouth?
No,
Well, there you go.
You're not one of them, bro. You're
Not
not
one of
one
that's
of
them.
them.
but that's what I'm trying to say. Like the 15-year-old boy at the gas station, he came up underneath that. He liked to wear the Jordans just like Roger. He liked the hip hop just like
Living
Roger.
around gay people don't make me gay, bro.
But
Hey, but I think
I go to gay neighborhoods regularly.
but just
They're not gonna let me just start saying that word just because they've seen me
Right?
there this week or maybe the next month I come back. They ain't gonna just let me start saying that. They don't care, man. I'm not one of them.
but let me ask you. Let me ask you. The conversation is: can they use the word? Uh, can they use the word? Right? It's,
No.
No. I mean, that's part of the conversation. I think the failure, and I'm gonna say this. I
As a
think
heterosexual, they're going to look at you as the dominant group. So when you say it, they're going to automatically assume you're saying it in a derogatory way
Right.
based on the history of the word. Okay?
Right.
All right. That's how they're going to perceive it. Even though
And
he
and
didn't
and
say it,
and,
even
and
though
you're not
Sharp didn't say it
initiated.
maliciously, he didn't say it with malice. He said it with the same sentiment that everybody else that was there said it with.
so if
But
Right.
that's
based on
the
his
case,
position as a heterosexual male, that's considered the dominant group or the accepted group. They're going to assume or take into, they're going to infer that you're saying it with that intent.
So
right? Because you were not initiated, right? You're
why
not
would
initiated. You're not a part of, right? See, that's the thing. You're not
Right.
initiated and you're not a part of. Just
why would
because you're around them doesn't make you a part of. You need to be initiated in the group.
why wouldn't we take it the same way?
LGBT was initiated into the group.
Why wouldn't we take it the same way?
Okay, hold on real quick. Shout out to Kings Don't Squeal. I need a slight clarification. He said, I guarantee you Roger heard this word his uncles and his dad saying this word amongst themselves. As a kid, we learned it from our elders. If you didn't learn it from your elders, maybe you're not a part of, and I guess he was gonna say the group or something like that. Now I'm gonna say this. My father, my uncles, they didn't really use certain words around us when they were kids. Okay, I can't tell you 100% for sure that they never cursed. I know when I was a kid, I never heard any of them curse. I never heard them use any quote unquote derogatory word. I didn't even hear them say the word nigga when I was a kid. And that might have been what they do in front of the children. Because I understand there's people who do something different in front of the kids, and then we go back to regular when the kids ain't around. Because I've done it myself. I'm a part of a
you
group
eavesdrop on one
myself.
of their conversations, you hear all types of shit you never thought you would hear them say.
Exactly.
They don't think you're around.
Right. So,
Yeah.
but go,
If
I want to address that.
it's such a great word, why wouldn't he? If it was such a great, if it was such a great word, why wouldn't he just use it around children?
But see,
Why
we're missing
why
the
we even
point.
have this conversation if it's a great word?
I think
that ain't what I said. I didn't say particular with that word. We're talking about children and adults. And the children is not going to understand the context in which they're using that word, especially if somebody non-black uses that word with the venomous intent of the word. It's not going to be the same. That's the whole point of what we're trying to say. When we say nigger, we're not using it with the same sentiment as nigger.
Hey,
But
Roger,
children understand context a lot more than we know, that we give them credit for, man. At a very young age, man, they understand context.
But I think
maybe not as an infant, maybe not
N-I-G-G-E-R. They know
maybe not as an infant.
history of that word.
Roger.
But when we get into context, this is a foolish argument. We get into context because again, it's about being a part of the culture or not a part of the culture, right? When a LGBT person says the F word, it's going to always be different because they're part of the culture. When a black person says the N word, it's always going to be different because it is part of their culture by bloodline, right? There has to be some type of initiation. For FBA's ADOS, is the initiations being part of the bloodline. For LGBT community, is going to be an initiation, right? So when we're talking about sexual slur words, and when a woman is called that and an LGBT person is called that, they're going to have things in common, right? A woman knows how it feels to have a dick inside her. A gay dude knows how it feels to have a dick inside him. I
What's
don't
the
know.
dominant culture in America?
Well, let me say this too. Let me say this too, because at the end of the day, it's any group of people. That's why there's a K word for Jewish people that we do not use. There's a W word for Mexican people that we do not use. There's all kinds of words for different groups of people. I have come to find out it's all type of slurs out there. There's a C word that's used for Chinese people. At the end of the day, if we ain't using the words that they don't want us to use, why would we say it's okay for them to use a word that we don't want them to use?
And I want to land my
regardless of us using it.
Roger, I
want to land my plane because the point is you're not. Hold on. But he cut me off first. He cut me off. So the point is at the end of the day, it's not just about context. It's about group. It's about tribe. It's about community. And that's what black people really fail to realize when we're talking about these type of conversations, right? And that's it. All right, because I'm not in the community of having dicks in my mouth. Bottom line.
Roger.
Go ahead, Cole.
We need to address this. We're gonna stay on subject, but I'm gonna address narratives and dialogues. I'm just say, hey, brother, don't use
hold on. We gotta read what he's saying if you're gonna address, even though you ain't supposed to be doing that, but I'm gonna let it slide. Go ahead. Read what he said.
I'm just saying he's using full caps in the chat.
Okay, yeah, narratives and dialogue. Don't use full caps. That turns into issues. So yeah, don't use full caps. But regardless of what you're saying, just don't say it in full caps.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to address. That's it.
Appreciate that, brother.
Wait, but you
Appreciate
gotta
that.
look at the context and why he's using full caps though, Roger.
You know what? If I made all the rules, I let it go. But I don't. I'm in a place where somebody else is making some rules that could overrule me. So it is what it is. You know,
Are you affected by dominant society then?
no, but I am affected by a household. You know, like
Dominant
if
power?
I
That's
go
what
in
that
your
sounds
house.
like to me.
No, if I'm playing Monopoly in your house, we using your house rules. It is what it is.
Can these white folks make it look like we've made a rule for ourselves, or made a rule ourselves, but they actually made the rule?
Because if they didn't want you saying the N word on YouTube, you wouldn't be able to say the N word on YouTube.
Okay.
So they make it seem like you made the rule, but you didn't. You just got conditioned to it.
Hold on. If white people are asking black people to use the N word, who has the power over the word?
If white people are asking us to use the word in the
Who
N
has the
word,
power over the word?
the person, the
They
person telling you to say it.
They look if you the
Because
people
they created
Y'all don't want to answer that
literally
question.
they literally created the word.
The person who's given the permission is the person with the power.
Thank you.
You have to have the power to give permission.
Damn.
They have power over the word because they.
No, they do not.
Listen to me. Hear me out. They have power over the word because they always used it, and they just attempting to be nice. But they have always had that power. Now we may have some idea that we have power over the word, but they have power over the word because they're the ones who make it a point to use it in a derogatory manner, however they use it, directly, indirectly, voluntarily, or involuntarily. They have a power over that word. They just happen to make you think that you got power over
Yeah. They gave it to you.
Hold on one second, because I'm gonna read this. Because narrative and dialogue he was saying was putting in caps because I wasn't reading them. So let me read these. They didn't put in caps. So let's see what he's saying, y'all. Let's see what he's saying. Okay. He said, "Nah, gay dudes who have turned into hyenas, aka the ghetto gays like Saucy Santana, will call a straight man B if he gets comfortable enough. So we have to be careful about giving passes." Now, I don't know a context where anybody can call a straight man a B, and that's gonna work out well for him. Like, I mean, even a guy who's really been friends with a guy, like, I wouldn't call my friend no B. Now that's kind of going far. I don't know about that. That's going a little far for me. That's all I'm gonna say. That's going a little far for me.
Is it?
It was one more. It's one more.
Yeah, my bad.
Let me read this. He said, and we must be careful with how far we let people take things with us. It is a test, and if you say nothing, they will continue to disrespect you. Now, I definitely agree with that part. Sometimes it is just a test. People stick their foot in the water, see how cold or hot it is, and hey, let me call him a nigga right now while we just at the crib and it's just the two of us and see what he do. So I know if I can get away with using this later. Stuff like that does happen. But go ahead with your thought, Jado.
I'm just saying, is it possible that these white folks then gave us something and they're on code? They're going to say, hey, man, we're not going to be using this publicly, but we're going to give them some crumbs off the table to make them feel like they have some power. You know what I'm saying? And you guys go ahead, go at it, have at it. And we're proud. We're proud of it too. Like, yeah.
Hold on. That's not what happened. The issue when the so-called N-word became an issue from a popular culture standpoint is when hip hop artists use the word in a different fashion. Okay, that's when it became an issue. It's funny that when these very same adults, before hip hop came on the scene, they never passed any law to outlaw the word. They never said, hey, this word is illegal. If you're a white person and you say this word, you're going to jail. Nothing like that. Because they could have did that. Instead of asking to be able to use the word now, they could have passed the law and said, because they got these type of laws in Europe, in Germany. Like if you say anything against like the Holocaust didn't happen and stuff like that, guess what? Man, you can get arrested. You can
Yep.
literally get arrested.
They
Okay,
don't have
so
they don't have the First Amendment though.
hold on, hold on. But hold on. Now, hold on. Here's the kicker though. The same people will defend groups like the KKK in the United States, where you got the First Amendment right. They will defend their right to be as racist as they want to be and say, well, because America is such a great nation, we have to make room for people that we like to hear what they have to say, but we also have to make room for people who we don't like what they have to say, because that strengthens the fabric of American democracy. But when hip hop artists use the N-word in a completely different context in which they employ the word, then they want to send out Calvin Butts, they want to send out C. Dolores Tucker, and all these black folks who we've heard as older people use the word. Then they want to come out and posture in front of the public as if like, oh, we're above that word. We don't use that kind of word and stuff like that. Yeah, you don't use that word around white folks because you ain't going to use it around white folks like that. But we didn't take that approach. We're going to put the word right back up in your face and be like, there you go. Because that was the whole point. The whole point was to take the power away from the damn word. They didn't do that.
But what did record companies turn it into?
They were too cowardly to actually stand up to those people. Because when Lyndon B. Johnson was calling, if you watch Eyes on the Prize documentary, there are black people on the documentary who worked in the administration who literally worked for this dude and admitted that he was walking around calling them niggers to their face, and they did nothing about it.
Okay, now let me jump in here, y'all. First of all, shout out to Joe's, because Joe's thing came through. Joe's came through on the Cash App and asked a poignant question right now. You said, "Can a nigga borrow a fry?"
Good question.
Shout out to Joe. Shout out to the Boondocks. Real talk.
No, niggas can. Niggas can. He can borrow. He can borrow. See what I did right there, Roger? See, I took it and I changed it, and therefore you have to use it in such a way where it's not it doesn't have a sting to it.
Well, I think we could do that. I think that's a great suggestion. I just don't think the people outside of black people gonna ever say that, because they know what their intent is. I understand the small kids that don't know no better. Just like I didn't really do nothing to that kid that said it, and I get it. He probably don't know. His face said he didn't know what was going on when I addressed him, because you got to think about it from his perspective. I'm this big grown guy chewing him out about saying the word, and he was like, and he a white kid, so I don't know him, but this black guy's chewing me out about this word, talking about I shouldn't even use it, and he got to be wondering, why is this black guy even doing that? Yeah, because clearly nobody told him that ain't what he's supposed to be doing, because we out in public doing it. He ain't even doing it behind the back at home. He out in the streets doing it. So obviously he just didn't know. But I gotta say, shout out to Joe's. He said they want to say it so bad they substitute other words to say the N word. Youth. YN, Google, I'm not kidding. White supremacy will find a way. And yes, I do agree with him on that one, because I did say we shouldn't be using YNs and let other folks go with YNs. If we can say nigga and they just can't, and I don't understand why that's so hard for black people. We can say it, you can't. And this is why I'm gonna say hip hop, because you know what? Shark from New York, and hip hop started in New York, so I'm gonna assume Shark know better than me. So I'm gonna say all rap is hip hop, because that's what Shark say, and he from that area. You see I can do that, y'all? He from that area. Now this is the thing about the quote unquote hip hop. Hip hop got out there saying niggas and whatever song they wanted to say it in. Yes, they may have popularized it in someone's belief, but I think it may be popularized somewhere around the world. I don't think it popularized in America at all. Okay. The folks here was been saying nigga. Point blank period. So I don't think it popularized it in America in any kind of way whatsoever. Now I'm gonna say this. This is why it became an issue. Because Tupac can go out there and say nigga. Biggie could go out there and say nigga. All the rappers of today, Jay-Z could go out there and say nigga. Heck, even Drake can say nigga because he got a black father. But you know who can't say nigga? All the best-selling white artists in any genre. All of them can't say nigga. Justin Bieber can't say nigga. He say nigga, it's a problem. What's that girl?
Eminem.
Eminem can't say nigga or it's a problem. What's that girl who like really outsells? Yeah. Was dating the Kelsey guy? Was dating the Kelsey guy?
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift, super popular. She can't go out there and sing nothing with nigga in it. And the issue is, and I'm not even saying them personally, the issue is other white folks got to sit there and watch black people use a term that they top artists can't go out there and use. They don't like that because to them that is showing a lack of power. And they don't like the fact that black folk have a power that they don't.
Thank you.
Right. That is the real situation.
Man, I vehemently disagree with that, man. White folks ain't tripping off that, man.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not, man.
They do it behind your back anyway, bro.
No, they're not. Thank you.
The only grand difference between that they want to say it to your face and you not get upset. That's why they ask you for it, bro. They ask you for permission to disrespect you. It is the same thing as like they did in slavery. In slavery, they had the will and the power to say "F you niggas," and they did it straight to your face. Now they ask before they can do it to you. And
listen. I've seen white people abroad, and I've seen white people domestically. The worst thing you can do to a white person is let a black person give a white person orders. That is something they cannot stand. That is like putting salt on the open wound.
Hey,
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, white people do not like hearing the word no from people who they believe are lower than them.
That's why they had such a problem with affirmative action. That's why they had such a problem with affirmative action. Affirmative action. I'm not saying that black people never wanted to get a job in corporate America because they were black. Black people always wanted an opportunity because they were qualified. If they was not qualified for the job, historically, black people didn't feel that they should have access to a job on a quota system just because they were trying to rewrite some racial wrong from the past. However, white people, when black people, because you can go look it up, there were a lot of white people who would question, this is going to Hot Sauce point, they would question the skill level of the black person in a management position, because this was specifically about management most of the time, positions that typically went to white people. They would undermine black people all the time because they would always question whether they earned the right to have that job or earn that position.
Fellas,
that is facts. That is facts.
Any of us that's been in any like workplace, man, I think we all understand that, bro. Like I've worked around white folks, bro. Like, come on, like, I mean, I get it. I mean, maybe this is for the audience. Maybe, but I'm just saying.
To the point he was saying, not having the power, the fact that they have to take an order from a black person. If it's not true, why don't they just walk around and just say it to your face then? If they really believe they have the power.
Because
why don't they just say it?
There's a financial win or loss when it comes to it.
No, there is a fist coming in your face. There's gonna be a fist coming in your face.
They can get whooped on. Both y'all got a point. They can get whooped on and lose their job if they say that. We all on the same job site. So white guy come in the room. What's up, niggas? And we beat the tie of that dude. He could lose his job, and we done beat the tie of him.
I think the thing I'm trying to highlight is the power dynamic, right? White people do not like it when black people have any sort of power over them, whether it's a fist in the face or whether they're going to get canceled and lose their job, right? You're exerting power over them. whites are historically have proven that they love power, right? They will go to the ends of the earth, kill everybody for it, right? It has been proven. So the fact that you can display some sort of power, a descendant of slave, over me, that you have some sort of entitlement over me, is what white people cannot stand.
No, I
That's
definitely
it's
agree
not
with
about
y'all,
the word.
but
It's
Yeah,
really
I
not
mean,
about
that,
the word at all. It's about the entitlement. It's about the power dynamic.
Look,
It's not
Right.
even about the word.
And that's why I said nigger and nigga is two different words.
Okay,
no,
y'all,
it's the same
hold on
word.
1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second, because
Not the same
usual
word.
business came up and he had to kind of force his way in to get an open stage. So let me get him a real one, and then let's hear from Truth Teller because he just came back up. So go ahead, usual business. Anything else you want to say at this moment, my brother? My brother.
Okay. Hey, what's up? How you doing, man? How you doing?
Hey, my nigga, man. I don't even know where you finna go, but you still my nigga until you say the other things. I'm like, man, I don't want to be your nigga no more. Go ahead.
No. Okay. Hold on, wait. Like, all right, I think we need to be honest, bro. Like, white supremacy takes both sides of the argument at all times, right?
Yep.
So, for me, I understand that when I'm dealing with these people, right? So, yeah, cool. They ask you for permission. It's like the same way a girl may ask you, they may ask you, can you do some freaky stuff to you, right? She wouldn't be like, oh, can you drop some hot wax on me or whatever, whatever she may into, right? She already into it. She already want to do it, and so she just wants your permission so that if something goes left, you can't blame me for it, right? That's the game of the whole game, right? You see what I'm saying, right?
Facts.
And people saying, "Oh man, we saying this to take the power out of the word." They're the person that true, you can try to take the power out of the word, but necessarily right, but you really can't, right? Because if somebody come up to you and really say F you niggas on, if you sit on the side of the block, whatever you're doing, whatever, you're going to be ready to fight, bro.
Exactly.
Right. So at the same time, the power from the word never truly left necessarily, right? What they miss is the fact that the power dynamic that I can say it to you necessarily, right? And that can make you feel ashamed or dominate you, right? Or that's what it was used for, right? It was used for an instrument of domination, right? So when they ask you these questions, that's what they're really asking. They asking you just like a woman asking you, can you dominate me necessarily, right? They're asking you, can I dominate you, right? And are you willing to allow me to dominate you, right? Mm-hmm. So that's all the same thing. And the reality of people keep saying the population. Let's be honest, bro. Most of these cats, like the majority of the black community, as it is currently necessarily thought. Now I understand we got our own black American community, but before that concept was even necessarily being thought of, most of these dudes being raised by goddamn women. The average black woman thing is, I'm trying to get chosen by a white man. So she's looking for acceptance, not leadership and not power, right? She's not looking for that. She's looking for acceptance. So she will definitely bend over backwards for a white man and say, oh, you can call me this, you can call me whatever. I'm trying to submit myself under your leadership, right? As a black man, I'm not trying to submit myself under the leadership of no other man, bro, right? So the thing is, so I think we're looking at this like this in two binariness instead of one, where you need to look at this thing as ebb and flow and back and forth. Because I can see it, but I don't know. Maybe that's just my mindset, though.
Use your
I
business. Can I ask
agree.
you a
I
quick
think that
question?
we should stop black women from using the term.
Well,
I really do.
Hold on,
and
but
I
use your
think
business.
you,
Hold on. Use your business. I want you to stay on that point.
If you want to make something truly taboo, you don't do it yourself, right?
Basically.
That's not if you want it to be a taboo thing, right? But if you want to make it readily available, right? The thing is, when you make something readily available, do not be surprised. Now, granted, I understand that you can say it's a bloodline thing, whatever, right? That's a cultural thing, so I can understand that. But even in certain cultures, right? If you say something or do something in a certain culture, like you call a white girl it was a cunt necessarily, right? Best believe his hands about to be thrown, right? Even though necessarily, bro, I'm not one of them, or even if you're in the same ethnic group or whatever, right? Those still are fighting words, right? So we really got to be the decisive on this. Do you truly want it to be a taboo word? Then you must treat it like a taboo word. If you want to have it a part of the English language and use it as part of the English language, then cool. Then you got to necessarily understand that sometimes people will necessarily try you. Like they will say, see if I can dominate you this way. And if you submit to it, then it will become
Use your business. Can I ask you a quick? Let me ask you a quick question. I want you to stay on that. When white people are asking black people, can they use nigga? Are they asking them, can they use Nigger or Nigga?
Don't matter.
No, yes, it does.
It's
Yes,
irrelevant.
it does.
No, it does.
Because
Irrelevant.
Let him go with the question because I was going to give you anyway, Truth Teller, but coming back up. So let him get his question out. Go ahead.
For a white person, it's a distinguished without a difference, right? For them, right? And put like that. That's like asking a woman saying, "quote unquote," do you want to grape me or something like that, right? But we changed it to grape. We say strawberry.
You sexual assault because I don't like sound like an idiot. You know what I'm saying? I just think that's just a bad look.
Right.
Yeah.
If she said if you want to go with the great G word, right? If she want to call it sexual assault, well, I'm still asking for the same thing, right? Regardless of how you want to look at it, right? You can look at it how you want to, but the end result is I'm still going to use this word as a what is it? Physical domination of you necessarily on an emotional and a mental scale necessarily, right? So that's the reality of it. Now I know
use your business. Hold on, I agree with you. So we in agreement. There. But when they pose it though, they're asking that's the reason they're asking with the second one. They know full well that first one, they not asking in that particular context because they know better, bro. And that's my whole point. Like my whole point is that, like, for example, Tupac with Thug Life, perfect example. Now, if you look at the history of the word, Thug Life comes from a word that was defining a group of assassins in India. Okay, all right. It was a word that was grafted onto quote unquote the criminal element. They started trying to associate black men with the criminal element, which is why they started calling black men thugs. Tupac took the word. And it stood for an acronym in terms of Thug Life. The hate you give little infants fucks everyone. So he turned it into a message. That's power. When you have the ability to define and redefine, that is power, man. I don't care what y'all say. That is the epitome of being able to name something is literally showing the power that you have over something. So when black men decided to redefine themselves using that same word, it was an exercise of power. It is, bottom line.
Okay, y'all. I said I want to let Truth Teller get in. I said I want to let Truth Teller get in. So let me see what Truth Teller talking about. I got to see he one of my niggas or he's one of them other niggas. Okay.
I got to come to Chicago and prove it to you, Roger. That's what's gonna have to happen. So I'm gonna just go there because honestly, what you just said it was a layup. This exhibition and going back and forth is a clear sign we have no experience with dominance.
Exactly.
When you dominate, whether or not somebody asks you for permission to use a word you feel is derogatory, that's not even something you should have to think about, right? If they did ask you, there should really be only one response to them. You should treat them as if they said the word.
Boom.
There's no I should explain or it should be all fair. If it's a taboo word, none of us should use it. You use it how we say you use it. I don't need to explain to you why. They didn't explain to us why we was in chains. But we have a very bad habit of trying to concede whenever we think we're trying to push forward some kind of frame of thought. It's not necessary for you to fold. If you're going to assert something in one instance, there's no reason for you to fold in another portion of that instance to make it seem more viable. That's not negotiation. That's called losing. And we got to learn to stop it. You can't be a leader. You can't be dominant in anything if you're going to approach things as if you're the weak link. It just won't work. I don't care why they want to say it. They can't. And if they say, well, why can't I say it? Because a black man said so. That's it.
That's it.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Roger.
don't need much more explanation than that. Real talk. And I'm gonna say shout out to Sirius Rod. He said, "Is it really power to be called a demeaning word?" Well, now the thing is, what's the word? Because if anybody called me nigga here, y'all ain't trying to demean me. You have no intention of demeaning to me. There's no reason for me to take it that you mean a demeaning word. You just saying something that we can say that other people can't. And the thing is, I like daring somebody to say it. If you ask me, one of the best responses that any of y'all have done seen, and tell me I'm lying. When we all saw my man, what's his name, Dale Ray Lindo, saying, "Hey, you can say it. I say it with you." Now, technically, he's doing everything right on air, but you can clearly read into that. We know that's kind of a threat. I say it with you. I'm daring you to say that word. You want to say it so bad. You know what I'm saying? We can drop this discussion right now. Now, keep in mind, y'all, this is mainstream media that they fighting so they can say this N-word or trying to justify saying this N-word. I ain't heard them say nothing about that K-word. Say the K-word first. Then I can rock with you with the N-word. But until we start saying that K-word, I don't want to hear about the N-word. We don't hear nothing about that C-word. I don't want to hear nothing about the N-word. Until we using everybody else's slurs, I don't want to hear nobody talking about our slur. We do what we want with it because it's us. And my thing is, you do what you want with your own stuff, and other people can't. That's just the way it goes.
Hey, Roger.
Yeah, it's amazing that it's amazing, man. Us as black men, we poke our chest out over some moral victory, man.
And nobody's
Yeah,
poking
man.
their
It's
chest
like
out.
it's
I just don't
uncomfortable
get
for the
it. But
safeguard the turd.
I do understand it though, man. Like I said,
Nobody is doing that.
I'm not telling. Again, I'm not here to tell nobody because I use the word. I get it, man. I'm just saying, I just can't believe that we don't really, truly analyze this, man, and really look deep inside of it. But I understand it though, man. It's like we poking our chest out because we got some
No,
type of
you know
moral
what though?
victory, man.
I
Yeah,
don't
if we
think
use the word, we gotta safeguard it.
I don't think it's just a more victory. I honestly think nigga is a political word. It's the most powerful political word out there. It's just other folks can't get out there and use it. It's political power when you can do stuff like this. This how stuff works. You being able to shape a generation of people or shape a society is how politics works. You get people to accept things. Next thing you know, when you're Hitler, you got people in ovens.
Jado, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this quick
I just,
question.
Hey,
yep,
Hold on,
yep,
Jado. Hold on. Before you say
yes,
anything,
sir.
let me ask you this quick
guys,
question. Just this one quick question. Hold on, just one quick question.
Hey, I'm getting ready to out, and I wanted to say peace to you, brothers. A good conversation. Roger, you sometimes right, and I'm leaving it at that.
Hey man, tell that to the people who was in the ovens.
Jado, let me ask you this quick question. What if okay, do you agree that black men have the right to set a standard for the group?
100%, yeah.
Okay. So if let's say Tupac was here and he explained his position on why he used the word, and he said, like, this is not me trying to get white people power over us or anything like that. This is me taking the power from them to be able to use the word. Okay. And then a white person came and said, well, Tupac, you don't have a right to use that word in that context. Who would you agree with? Would you agree with Tupac, or would you agree with the white person telling Tupac what he can't do?
I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. I'm gonna be the God. I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. If the white man is the person that's still ultimately in power, and I'm gonna prove to you how it's simply like this.
Thank you, bro. You going there, yeah.
Hold on, and I'm gonna prove it to you with a few examples, right? They choose what music to put on necessary radio, and they choose what music to take off the radio. If you play, was it conscious rap music saying "Go back to Africa, fight for your people, be a better father," that music would never repeat this, never make it to the the radio, bro. But if you say the same group of people, right? The same group, what they would say, all right, girl, if you want a goddamn what's the goddamn song? My booty hole brown, so and so. I'm popping, playing bees like Skittles. Oh yeah, we'll choose her and put her up there in the front. The reality, you can only do that necessarily if you're the one in the power from top down.
Right?
A lot of parents, real quick, real quick, real
Jado,
quick, real quick.
Jado, what?
I'm just
Hold on, Jado. What's your response?
no, I kind of got a similar, like, it is like a scenario, like parents do this. I was a military guy, same thing. A lot of people in power would give you something and say, you know what, you're in charge of it. You're in charge of it. And it makes it seem like they are in charge of it, but they're not ultimately in charge of it. I'm really in charge of it. I've conceded you to make you feel better about your position in whatever organization or whatever family or whatever group. I'm making you feel good about your position, but I'm really in control. I'm going to compete. Hey, no, you're in charge of this little area right here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in charge of it. I can't do it. It's yours. But I'm really
okay. Look.
I know, and I know. Hey, I know you guys don't like to hear that, man. But I think that's just what's going on, man.
Jado, you make a point, but I gotta say this, y'all. The thing about power is taken in pieces. Nobody gets to burn somebody in ovens by the millions in a week. Power taken in pieces. There's all types of examples in history about how power is taken in pieces. If you ain't gonna take the first piece, I know you ain't taking the last piece. Take the piece available, do something with it, then take another, then take another, then take another. I said, at least twice already. The only reason I was even cool with the word when I kind of grew up and understood some stuff is because we can use it and they can't. And for everybody who say, well, they can use it, they can use it around you, because they sure can't use it around me. There will be a price to pay if you use it around me. Now, I don't know how you're going to use it, what you're going to say, whatever the case is, but I'm going to figure out some way. If I can't do it instantly, I'm going to figure out some way you're going to pay. It's that simple.
So that's a good point there, because if we're going to use the term, then we're going to have to safeguard the term. And if we're going to safeguard the term, then it's going to cost us something. And do we actually want to pay for a term that maybe some of us might consider as trash? You know, I don't want to necessarily pay for a trash term.
My thing is, I don't want to hear it till you're using their terms. There is no excuse until you're using theirs, because it's all about ours at the end of the day. No, call them they slurs. Then tell me don't use mine. But I want to hear you calling them they slurs. You don't get to talk to me that way, and I ain't gonna call you your slur.
I remember distinctly when Khalid Muhammad and Farrakhan was really banging back in the day, and they was calling white people peckerwoods and small hands, so-called Jews, and all of these types of things. When they were saying their things about black people, they were responding in kind to those people. And I remember distinctly a lot of black people being scared to say that shit. I remember that shit. I remember how black colleges did not want to let Farrakhan come on campus. They didn't want to let Khalid. These are HBCUs now.
Yeah, Tuskegee was one of them.
The same one. Well, it wasn't.
Well,
a
I mean, he
Tuskegee
did
of Booker
show
T.
up, but I mean,
hold on. It wasn't a Tuskegee of Booker T. Washington. That's a different Tuskegee. Tuskegee now is ran by the talented 10th type. Booker T. Washington was not the talented 10th. So let's be clear. Let's make a clear distinction. Okay.
Yeah,
now
they did let him show. Go ahead.
They let him what?
So it was like his like daughter or somebody was graduating. I wasn't saying that they didn't let him, show up or anything like that. I was saying that there were a lot of people that were kind of scared at the time about having him around. What do you say? But yeah, they
yes,
did
a lot of these people like Francis Cress Welsing and these types of people were not popular amongst a lot of people who bastardized the research that they did in their work. Now it's popular to say, oh, Francis Cress Welsing, this and that, the fourth. It's popular because you don't have to stand beside her in the fight. But when it was time to stand beside these types of people in the fight and return fire for fire, a lot of niggas was scared as fuck to return that fire. They didn't stand side by side with these types of people who stood toe to toe with the beef. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't really want to see people sitting here talking about a word that based on what we had at our disposal at the time, like we're not in a perfect situation where we can have a perfect response. We don't have to have a perfect response. That's the whole point. We don't have to be perfect in our response. If we want to respond in a way that doesn't make sense to outside people, so fucking what? It's not their position to say that we're responding in a non-perfect way. They didn't give a fuck about how they delivered the venom. They didn't care about how they delivered the hatred. So that's one of the main problems that a lot of these people had. Like, you attack black people, and then when black people respond in a way that you disagree with, first of all, as far as I'm concerned, if you call a black person a nigga and they beat your ass, don't complain about the response. If it's 2025 and you don't understand that you could possibly get your ass whooped by calling a black person a nigga, especially as a white person, you are a complete idiot. And I don't believe most white people are idiots to that level. You are not that oblivious if you don't understand the particular type of response you can get. But when black people return fire, because we have a lot of this issue with, especially when it comes to a lot of foreign people from the Caribbean and the continent, they'll hit black people in a similar fashion. And then when black people return fire, well, we supposed to be helping each other out, and all that diaspora shit come about. But then at the same time, there's some of the same people asking us, well, can we use the word? Well, what about the words that racist colonizers use towards us? Can we use that word against y'all?
You call us a Somali African Jareer, bro. Watch that room flip, bro.
Yeah, well, I'm saying I ain't gonna promote a term, but what I'm saying is I'm gonna promote the use of their terms if someone think they can call you yo slur.
Right.
I don't know what everybody.
That's what I'm saying. So
yeah, I'm not saying it, but you know what I'm saying, because I know what certain words are. I'm still not saying them. But my thing is, y'all, it is something to have power. It is something to dominate something. And guess what? My whole premise is I can say the word and you can't because I say so. Now, what you gonna do about it? Right. Now, you willing to fight me over the use of this word? So be it. See, there's been plenty of time, and I'm not saying I'm trying to be violent. I'm trying to be a very non-violent person. But I will fight you over it. I put the job in jeopardy over it. We can do a whole lot of stuff about it at the end of the day. Let's see how this turned out. How about we just get into it and see how it turned out? I done took that position many a time before. You know, and my thing is, that's my responsibility, right? If we have a community, I have to do certain community responsibilities. So you don't get to use that word around me. Point blank, period. Now, I don't go out my way to try to disrespect other people and use their words around them. Now, I have done it to people who use our word and I couldn't get to their throat at that particular time. But my thing is, my word ain't on the table if yours ain't. I don't understand why that's a difficult thing. And I don't care about nothing about, well, we trying to take some type of submissive role. No, I'm taking a dominant role. I'm going to use yours because I can. You use mine without my permission. I'm using yours without your permission. Now what? What you want to do? Until we get like that, I don't want to hear nothing about backing off our slur. Because if we ain't going to dominate their slur, why are we going to let them dominate yours? It just don't sound right to me. That don't sound like I'm winning. I'm just telling the truth, y'all. It don't sound like winning to me.
I'm gonna say this, right? Like, if you go to Nigeria, right down to Nigeria today, right, and you go to certain you go to like an Igbo village, bro, and they got specific words that they have for the Igbo people over there, bro. The Yoruba got a special word for them necessarily, and vice versa, right? You go into that village, you say them words, bro. Best believe, bro, unless you got some machetes on you, you better be ready to fight, bro. It is what it is, right? That's why I had this mindset. You trying to use it for power, okay, cool. But when can you call them they word necessary, right? And I'm telling you, you call a white girl a C word, boy, best believe you ready to fight. You call a Mexican, what is that? It's like you call it, what is it? It's like a particular
word. W words, a W.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you call whatever words you got for them, bro. Once you say that, but I guarantee you better be ready to scream and fight, bro. So the problem is that's the mentality we had. The problem we had the wrong mentality about it, right? Which is, like I say, white supremacy will put it on both ends of the conversation if you allow them.
But if a Mexican, if you call a Mexican,
I don't believe in the concept of white supremacy at all. I don't believe in it.
Right?
You ain't gotta believe it, bro.
But hold on.
I don't
If
believe it.
Mexicans call
There's nothing
themselves the
supreme
W
about white
word
people.
back and forth like it was a term of endearment, they shouldn't have a problem with us saying it. You understand what I'm saying? So back to what y'all was saying about power. If they said that you can't say that nigga word, period, Roger can't on YouTube no more. So you don't have the power. You can't make a
This,
hip hop album with the word on it no more. You
but
don't have
there's
the power. You
no.
think you got the power.
Power is
Hold
in
on, hold on, hold on.
power
We
is
were selling hold
contextual.
on. We were selling our music out the tapes out the trunk.
I agree, but
Those
we're not
people
doing
came.
but
Those hold on. Those
but
people
we're not
came
doing
to
that no more,
us looking
Rahel.
for deal. I'm not saying we're not doing it. I'm saying we had the power. They agreed to have certain deals and contracts with people. That was a business arrangement. They knew what it was. Okay, they didn't force those black people to into a deal. They made a choice to have a deal with these people. So they had the power and they utilized that
And it,
power in the best way that they saw fit at that particular time.
And
well, put
now
it like this: you ain't gonna be
right
making
and
no
to
rate.
the
You ain't
point
gonna be on
that
the
they
radio no more.
No,
most of the music
power is
is
contextual as well, y'all. Power is contextual as well. And the first power that you really should be using is your personal power about the world you happen to be involved in. Because we share a planet, but you got your world around you. So guess what? I'm gonna do what I want to do for the most part around me. I'm pretty much gonna do what I want to do for the most part. Now, and I understand that. And I understand if I piss somebody off the right way, there may be a price I may have to pay. That don't necessarily mean I ain't gonna do it. But I'm willing to accept the responsibility of what come along with doing what I do. So when I slapped the guy for saying nigga, I understood there was quote unquote an issue where I might lose my job. My thing is I'm gonna slap him anyway because it's worth the risk to
Right.
me.
Hey, can I ask usual suspect? Hey, bro, do they use those I guess derogatory terms as terms of endearment amongst each other?
I don't hang around white people,
I don't
but
think
they
it
No,
matters.
no, I'm talking about the African, the Nigerians.
oh nah, bro. Like I mean,
Okay, okay,
it's like one of them hush things. Like you may say, like it may be like one of those things where you hear it
right.
like the dead of the night conversation. You got five, like we all men, we sit here drinking, and somebody may say something kind of thing.
Hmm.
It ain't necessarily you going out in the local village and you going to get you some suya, and then all of a sudden you hearing somebody saying, I ain't gonna say the word that said, but you
Yeah,
words, right? It's not in polite everyday conversation, right?
right.
But
Do
my thing is
Okay.
Nigerian do
there's a
Nigerian hold on, do
there's a specific.
Nigerians hold
Hold
on, do
on one second,
Nigerian
Rayo, because I want to say there's a specific issue between somebody calling amongst themselves versus somebody who from the outside calling you that.
thank
Those ain't
you.
gonna never equal up to the same thing.
Sure
Point
ain't.
blank, period. All y'all
Sure ain't.
know this. If you got
I
siblings, hold on. If you got siblings and you hit your
right,
siblings, that is a
right,
total different context than anybody in the
right,
neighborhood,
right.
even your friend hitting your sibling.
Roger, I'm just me. I take the stand that we convinced ourselves of that, man.
Yeah,
Bro,
Just to
socialism
take a,
occurred. I
we
agree.
convinced our we convinced ourselves of that. But I
I
get,
don't think so.
I understand it though. I use the word
Bro,
too, fellas. I'm not
I
trying to, you
no,
know what I'm saying.
I don't believe
I
it's that.
think
I don't
yes,
believe it's that, man. If I
okay,
hit my
okay,
little,
bro.
I grew up. If
Okay,
I hit my little brother, that's one thing. Somebody else hit my little brother, it's war. So I ain't never seen the world that way, man. I done grew up with family, man. I didn't hit my little brother. Yeah, we gonna fight. And I always say you never fight your
but
family like you fight
but
somebody
your
else.
bro, but your little brother still got hit though, man.
My little brother got hit by somebody else, it's war.
Right, but
I ain't
if you
saying
hit
nothing.
him, I'm just saying he still took the blow from you too, though.
But he took a
He
blow from
he
somebody who
still
loved.
took.
He took a blow from
It's
somebody who
still a
loved him
blow
who ain't gonna
though,
treat him like
Roger.
the
It's
world.
still a Roger. It's still a blow though, bruh. It's still a blow. He still took a hit, man. I know,
I,
I'm not brother. I'm just
I get
saying,
you.
man.
I
You
get you.
know, I'm making a point, Roger. You know,
I
I
get
am.
you. I get you.
He
I
still took
totally
a
understand
blow,
your point.
bro.
I'm
He
not saying
still
he
took a
did.
blow. That's it.
You right.
And
You
then
that
again,
is
brother,
true.
you guys heard me use the word, brother. So I ain't coming in here swinging like I know it all. I'm just saying, bro, we not really digging deep into it. I know it's painful, man. It's painful, bro. We don't want to really understand it. These people that kind of brutalized us, terrorized us for so many years, and it's kind of convinced we want to take some victory out of it.
I can say this word. I can use it on somebody that looks like me, and they better not say it.
Well,
I'ma fuck them up.
no,
You know what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
think.
It sounds good, bro. I know it sounds good, and I get it, man. It makes us feel good about ourselves, man.
I don't think the victory is there until you call them they word. You ain't did nothing because you ain't did nothing to them.
That's
my thing. You ain't did nothing to them. You. It's not a victory to be able to call it amongst yourself because you still ain't did nothing to them. Victory is only when you do something to them and you win.
I mean, what? I mean, yeah, I agree.
Which
What
is
have we
why,
done?
which is like the example I gave about slapping the dude who wanted to get permission to use. Now I'm gonna slap the hell out you because I need the victory. Me, you know what I'm saying? Just letting it slide. That ain't no victory or saying, yeah, well, he cool with us, so yeah, he can say it. All right, whatever. You know what I'm saying? The victory is me
Hey,
doing something to you and winning the situation.
hey, but
But
Roger,
how
man,
much
that
did that slap cost your pockets, though? I mean, it still cost you
Well,
something, and
it
you end
didn't.
up.
It didn't actually cost me nothing because I told him, hey, go tell management, but understand when you tell management, we got to say why I slapped you because I'm gonna tell it, and he left it alone. So I that was a victory. I slapped the taste out of his mouth, and nothing happened to me. That's big.
Sound like a win to me.
You see what I'm saying? Now I get to use a slur he can't. And why I still work there, that happened until I left. I could use it, he couldn't. He understood why he couldn't use it. And he, at least not
hey,
around me, he never dared said it again because he knew what was going to happen.
You call
I
it
don't
what
know.
is it an Italian? You taught an Italian calling a guapo or whatever necessarily right there, right? Now, bro, the day I have heard Italians calling other Italians a guapo necessarily on the walking by like
You ain't got to say the words, bro.
my bad, right? But
You
necessarily right,
did.
and it is a derogatory term necessarily right, and they do use that word against each other, right? But the thing is, you say it in their presence necessarily in their establishment or in the business that they own, bro, they will beat your behind and fire you from that business.
Right.
Because they
So
protect
so
their
all so
interests.
all these groups of people that want to use the word, they understand the premise of why they shouldn't be able to use it because they have their own derogatory terms in their group that they will be offended by. And this is what I don't like when it comes to Black American men specifically. We're constantly being judged about, they're African and they're not going to do it. Well, guess what? A lot of them don't even use their own traditional language. A lot of them don't even use their own traditional religion, and they have all of that. The difference between us and them, a lot of that stuff was stolen from us. They still have their shit. And they don't even be proud to use their own shit. So miss me with the shit about, well, the Africans, they don't do it. Well, yeah, they don't do a lot of shit because, like Dr. Clark said, Dr. Clark even said this a long time ago. May peace be upon him. Africans ain't gonna get no respect in the world until an African leader is proud to celebrate his own religion in public.
Yeah, and
That's a
Hey,
fact.
my thing, hey, I'm not trying to, this ain't no African FBA, anything like that. I'm just saying, is there any group of people that truly embrace this, I guess, racial epithet or whatever,
with the
and
thing,
call it to, and we and stick their chest out? I'm saying, I understand, like Italian may use a certain word in a certain context to prove a point in certain instances. But we really embrace, we loved it, man.
no,
We
but
embrace it.
Maybe
that's
that's the
We
reason.
love it.
what
Maybe that's the
that
reason why so many people globally look at Black people as the leader, because maybe we might actually looked at it from the right position.
yeah.
Because at
And
the because at the end of the day,
Leader as far as entertainment,
no, no,
man.
no,
As
no, no,
far as
no, no, no.
entertainment.
I know you want to
As
say
far
that.
as entertainment and athletics.
No. Hold on. I know you want to say that, but let's go back 100 years. See, when we go back 100 years and we look at Tuskegee, for
I
example,
mean, we ain't got
somebody
to go
brought up.
that far back.
So hold on. I want to say this specifically for this reason. Tuskegee has students from Japan, India, China, Africa, and the Caribbean. When all of the movements that you see in the history of the world that was colonized from Asia to Africa, many of those movements, many of them got the impetus to actually go back home and build up their shit because they studied up under us. That's where the shit came from. So a lot of your movements of freedom from the colonial yoke was actually inspired by what Black men were leading them to. So when we talk about stuff like Pan-Africanism, for example, we were the ones that made them in the aftermath of being colonized and their asses whooped, coming to where we actually had built schools, we actually gave them the courage to actually go back home and build their shit up. So we always have had the mindset from a collective standpoint to actually do the things that's necessary to build yourself up in the aftermath of the worst types of situations we can go through. So maybe we might actually have it figured out, unlike other people do.
Right. I got one question for you.
Well, hey,
Before you ask that question,
bro.
I gotta say before you ask that question, I gotta say this. Look, when it comes to what the victory is, I'm gonna say when it comes to this particular subject of racial slurs, the other folks had the victory, bro. I had to become an adult before I even knew what most of their slurs even were. That's a victory, man. What they do with it ain't your concern. What they do with yours should be your concern. So to say, well, hey, we love it. We can if we want to. It's ours. We can do whatever we want with ours.
Yeah.
The issue is, what do you do with theirs? What's the response gonna be when you use theirs? Yours ain't the issue for you. It's only them using yours. It should be the issue. Just like when they use it, they don't care what black people think. And guess what? A lot of us don't even know what these people's words are. Even though we got to look them up, because I didn't use them, but I had to look them up.
We don't do that shit to other people. We don't walk around.
You don't even know it
insulting people like that.
No, it's a reason you don't know it, bro. Like I told you, if I wasn't sitting in Ghana necessarily, and I was about to be married to a Ghanaian, I would not know necessarily that they got a special word for the people from the Volta region. I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know that unless I was sitting there with those men drinking, talking to those men, eating what is that? What's goddamn fufu and what I forgot whatever.
Regardless, they don't let you use it though, do they?
Nah.
Because you still, quote unquote, the outsider at the end of the day. And that's the whole point. What the inside group do is fine for the inside group. It's what you going to do about what an outsider do. So, yeah, I'm not saying Jado wrong. Some people might love that word to death. But if you one of us, I don't care how you think about it. It's when you the outsider using it that I got to have an issue about it.
I'm not mad. Hey, I don't know how many times I've used that word in my life. I know it's a lot, man. So again, I ain't trying to point fingers and say, nigga, Jado, I know better than you niggas. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying though, is there any group that has embraced a racial slur as much as we have, man?
Does that matter? Does it matter?
Hey, bro, Rod.
Jado, but you don't know because they ain't gonna let you in like that though. They not gonna let you in like that to even know. That's my whole point.
And that's why I gotta say one thing. When I want to ask you a question, right? You said 100 years ago, right? 100 years ago, I'm gonna ask you a question. When you listen to the music of 100 years ago, how many people necessarily said, "Oh, I'm that nigga and I'm gonna be that nigga"?
Hold on. You can go back and look at evidence of the formulation.
Come on, Ryo. Come on, brother.
You can't ask me a question and then don't let me answer it, bro.
Don't run from the question.
You gotta let me answer your question, bro. Are you gonna let me answer it?
Bro, I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna repeat the question again. So
I don't need to repeat it. I'm saying, are you gonna let me answer you? I know the question.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
All right then. So if you want to go back 100 years to music, there's a whole bunch of goddamn music that is not quit for the airwaves now. Okay, that was that had derogatory content, but because it's art, there's much more freedom of expression when it comes to art. That's why I said this. Do I walk around when I'm in front of other people and just call black people niggas? No, I don't do that because it's contextual. Okay, I know the power of the word. I know the word. I know what it was used for and all of that type of stuff. But I do also know how black people took the word and changed it for their own edification. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a redefinition. So that means you had the power and the agency to actually redefine the term for yourself. As much as y'all don't want to say that's power, it's power. Because if the white people can define you as that, and you take that same word from them and redefine it, that is power. You can't sit here and say it's power for white people, But when you take the word and redefine it, it ain't power for us. That's bullshit.
Okay,
Either it's power or it's not.
I'm gonna ask the question again because I think you missed what I said, right? So I'm gonna ask the question again.
I answered the question though.
Can you tell me what song I'm gonna play? Okay, in 100 years.
I don't think all the music wasn't recorded back then. We don't know all the songs, bro.
Okay,
The answer is no, bro. The answer is no.
The answer,
Simple no, yeah.
Hold on.
It's a simple no answer, bro.
Hold on.
Because
I
at the
don't
end
know.
of,
Hold on.
like,
I
come on,
don't
bro.
know.
Like,
Hold on.
like, bro,
I don't know.
Hold
on. I don't know, and you don't know. Hold on.
Now you
I
being
don't
immature,
know.
bro. Now
I
you being
don't
immature,
know,
bro.
and you
Because
don't know.
if you ask me a direct question, bro, I would
Jesus
give you a
Christ.
direct
No,
answer,
I
bro.
answered the question the way
No,
I
you
wanted
did
to answer
not,
the
bro.
question.
I asked
Don't
you,
ask
bro.
me a question that you want me to answer the way you
Bro,
want it to
did
be
I not
answered.
ask you a direct question, bro?
We can
like
leave it. We can leave it. Let's
Okay,
just
all
leave it.
right.
I answered it the way you want. I answered it the way I wanted to answer it.
Hey, we
Now,
gonna
if you can't accept that,
move
that's on
on from
you.
that. We gonna move on because we ain't finna get stuck there because
Jesus
the
Christ.
conversation too good, so we not finna get stuck there. Now, this is the thing, y'all. My thing is, what is wrong with you accepting that you can do what you want with your stuff and you can make rules for other people? What is so wrong with accepting that?
I have
Because
no
that's
problem.
what the nigga word and a lot of other stuff black folks do. All I see is an issue with accepting that I'm the actual leader. I actually get to make the rules, and other people gonna follow these rules, or it's gonna be some hell to pay.
I don't
What's
know. I'm
wrong with
just
that?
convinced. I'm convinced that the white people have convinced that we're the leader of that word now.
I don't
Yeah,
think
we
To
were
white
make
so
people
it
saying
convinced.
here.
to
No,
appease
you're giving white people too much
to
power.
appease. I'm not. I
No,
don't.
you're giving them way
Nah,
too much power,
everybody
bro.
hold
It
fast.
makes it kind of
Everybody hold
appeases
fast.
us. Yes,
Everybody
sir.
hold
Yes, sir.
fast because y'all done did it now. I'm trying to give y'all some decent overtime, but y'all done did it. Because here comes Chef Mike.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chef. Oh, we don't hear you, Chef.
He at the round table,
All
bro.
right, sorry about that. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to find yourselves on this thought-provoking Thursday. This has been an amazing conversation, gentlemen. I must say I have enjoyed all of you all making your points. However, why do we have to get into the argument and talking over each other at the end? Why? Come on, y'all. You're making great points. Stop talking over each other. It sounds like a fish market, and we sound like niggas that can't get along. Okay? Really why I jumped up. I have one point to say on the topic itself. Think of the word as a vial of poison. Do you have the right to distribute poison amongst your family? Does an outsider have the right to distribute poison amongst your family? Who has the right to poison your family? When you answer that, that's who has the right to use the N word. With that, I'm gonna land my plane.
Okay. I'm gonna say two things. I'm gonna go ahead and hop up off of here, bro. If you look 100 years ago, that wasn't the thing, right? And the reality is, when you go to most different ethnic groups, don't matter where they is, they all got their slang words. If it's Somali, it's Gerard. If it's was it Ghana? They got their own
Bro,
special.
you ain't got to say the words. We don't want to.
Yeah, I got it, right. You're right. See what I'm saying, right? So they all got their thing necessary, right? But you won't even know that unless you sitting in and around them, unless you married in, you like see what I'm saying? You Danny gotta be married into this thing by blood. Like you got a house, you got 5 kids in here, so basically you accepted a part of the group kind of thing, right? So the reality is, bro, that's how it works, bro. Now I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. This is where I have to agree with Jay on this, bro. They choose who put on the radio. They choose who they put on TV, bro. They choose the people that they put in front of you, right? So even then, necessarily, like if you control it from the top down, then I would 100%. I would agree with Rael 100%, right? Because that would mean that we from a group decision from the top all the way to all down to the bottom of this person and say, all right, this is what we're gonna be running with, right? But that's not the situation. That's not the situation, bro. You have somebody saying picking and choosing. We're gonna have this on the radio. We're gonna not have that on the radio. You say about preaching and spending money in your own community and not spending it with the J people or the K people or whatever people. Oh, we don't like that music. That music is not gonna be played. Oh, you wanna do gang banging? Oh yeah, we can play that. So that's when the reality come in necessarily, right? It does require some level of power to necessarily be doing that. And I'm pretty sure if you have the power to do this necessarily, you would choose different things. And I'm gonna drop down after that. Thank you.
Yeah, we live in the belly of the beast.
I said this. I said this
Well
earlier.
said, but we got a new person up here, y'all. I'm gonna do the overtime for an hour, so we got 32 minutes basically to get in what we're gonna get in. But I do want to say that was very well stated. But I am gonna say you got to ask your question at some point. When do I pick for myself? If everything I do is based on what somebody else did, how do I live my own life? I can't do everything based on what other people did. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, as an individual, am I supposed to be so caught up in what a quote unquote? Because I know people use the word like dominant society. I don't care what white people doing like that. I don't care, man. I'm gonna do what I want to do. And if I gotta fight to do what I want to do, then I'm fighting. Just but I can't live my life for somebody else because I only get one crack at this. I can't live it for you. I got to live this for me. And that's just real talk. But narratives and dialogues then came up, so let me go ahead and give him the mic. Go ahead, brother.
Swappy Nino, what up, man?
Salute, fellas, salute. Everybody up here making some good points, but I'm with Roger. Why should we worry about what other people are doing, or how we should hold ourselves to the standards of other people? And that's been the problem for too long. I'm out of breath. I was running. But anyway,
he's running to get on the Roger report. I'm working with that. Go ahead, brother.
Man, but it's just, we heard all this stuff. We've been around a long time. We done heard these same talking points since 2015, 2018. It's time for us to start thinking about us. Why are we so worried about what other people want? What do you want? Okay, they made the word very negative. Then they owned it. Guess what? We took it and we did something. It's not even whether it's a positive or negative. It's just the whole point that everybody wants to be a part of it. And the good thing about what everybody said up here is that the good thing about it, everybody agreed that, everybody has something that they say in their own community that may be degrading, or words that they use against each other, but it's hidden. See, at one point, you had a lot of brothers that would say, "Oh no, they don't do that." You know what I'm saying? So that's just the point that I wanted to make when y'all stated that up here. I'm gonna stop right now. I gotta race.
Catch your breath, brother. Catch your breath.
Hey, ain't no dying on the Roger report now. Y'all can run to it. Don't come up here and croak, man.
No, man, this was exercise. I got to get up here, man.
No, I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. But H Rebels then came up, so I'm gonna go ahead and let him get in. H Rebels, you got it.
Hey, Roger. Shout out to you as the host and all the gentlemen on the panel. Unfortunately, I missed a lot of the dialogue, so I'm going to have to catch some of the replay.
It's going to be a heck of a replay, brother. I'm telling you, it's going to be a heck of a replay. But go ahead.
Yeah, but I'll just say this real quick, is that it's just very interesting that the only racial slur that everybody, no matter what their race is fighting to say is the one against black people. That's you guys probably already mentioned that, but that's just one thing I noticed, is that this is the only racial slur that everybody, for whatever reason, truly, really wants to say without any hesitation and without any punishment or without any blowback, but they're frustrated that they can't do it. I find that very interesting for you people who are like that, by the way. Now, and people try to make the argument, well, if black people are saying it, then we get to say it too. And they know better than that. That's a stupid argument.
Mm-hmm.
They know the history behind the word and how it came about and what it was used for and how dehumanizing it is, especially from a non-black person, specifically as it relates to context. And then the other thing too is that even if you're black, Obama black, African or Caribbean black, again, nobody doesn't say a whole lot when they use it, but from what I've learned is that and how they speak about it, and kind of how they you'll have some people who understand it, but then you have most of them who don't. I would just we can't stop you from saying it, but it just kind of shows a level of disrespect if you're using it and you're not even attached to the lineage. I'll just kind of leave it right there. But I'm sure there's more I can add, but I'll just go ahead and blame right there.
Hey, can I pose a question? Can I pose a question though? Like, what would be the problem with us as black men from America, FBA, ADOS? We come up with our own term, us, not something that came from European, nothing from Latin, no Latin word and whatever. And we can, and then that's our term of endearment towards each other.
Don't
Can I
see a
say
Is
problem
something
with
to
it
that,
at
brother?
all,
it?
actually.
Yeah, but we already have
Let,
that. We
let,
already have terms like that.
let- what is it?
Yeah, but
What
let me
is it?
say this.
We call each
We
other
No, I'm
brothers.
just.
we have
Mhm.
we have tried that, brother. We've tried that, but the thing is, the N word doesn't always have to be negative. But at the same time, it's just like bacon. When you say, "Oh, I don't eat bacon," you're gonna always crave it. And that's just what it is.
Ooh. Why do we crave it though? Like, I mean, that's amazing when you stop and
Yeah,
think about it. Like
thank you.
we always say it
I've been
like your subconscious will rule you. But like,
I've been
have you
making the
thought
Yes.
about
argument
like
that it's
the
two
hypnotic
different things,
repetition?
man.
Like you say the same thing over and over again, and then it just kind of becomes a thing in your mind that you just have to project. Like that subconscious will rule you. That use of that term over and over and over and over again has got to have some kind of an impact there, like an addiction.
That's what it
Yeah, it's a
is,
lot of
brother.
things that
But we
we
don't. We don't
addicted.
want to
We're
admit
addicted
to
to.
it. We don't want to
Yeah, a
admit
lot of us
to
are
it.
addicted. Yeah, we're all addicted to something. You know what I'm saying? No matter what it is. Take the N word out of the equation. Overeating. You know, we're addicted to sex. We're addicted to uh, just anything. I don't know anybody here would be doing drugs because I know I don't. I've never even had a drink a day in my life, not even a beer cigarette. But people have addictions. I think we just got too many other things to think about other than what white people think and this N word. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be here. It's gonna stay. Now, for the brothers who trying to do better by not saying it, I shout out to you. I appreciate that. I don't use it as much myself, but it's here.
Well, so
Why do
it's
you
not
not
so much
you?
about.
Why have you reduced the amount of times you use it, brother? Why do you? Why do you taper
Uh,
down
by
on
the
that?
com- by the company I keep, the circle I'm
What
around.
I said earlier.
It's just certain things, and the thing is, and this is not to shit on other brothers, because there's one thing I don't do. What I
Right,
hate,
right,
I'm
right.
an educated black. I'm an educated black man. I hate when I see other black men, and has happened in the space some years ago, that would come to, as you would say, a Pookie would come to the space and they would shit on him and disrespect him because he's not like them. Sometimes we're black people, man, that have choices, but we don't get the same opportunities and we don't learn at the same level. So I think what we need to have is grace for everybody, especially in an all men's discussion. And that's
Okay,
Grace,
something we don't
grace
have.
for
well,
those who want to
the thing
learn.
is, I got
Especially for those who
grace
want to
for
learn.
you as a black man who's a part of our group saying that word. I don't care how you use it because you one of us. Truth be told, I ain't got nothing to say to you. But when you're not one of us, it's a problem. It's that simple at the end
It's
of the day.
really that simple.
Everybody else defends their word. Everybody else defends their word. I have said time and time again, one
That's
of
right.
black men's issues, we're not confrontational enough. You got to confront somebody to defend your word just like everybody else do.
Yeah,
What is
so
so wrong with defending what's yours?
yeah. To that point, there are other groups that literally have organizations, like legitimate organizations. The second somebody says a word that's negative or any phrase or description negative against them, they have legitimate organizations that police that all day long. Like that's literally their job. That's the only thing they're doing. The ADL,
Mm-hmm.
you have the ACLU. Like
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have my criticism of the ACLU, by the way, because they leave out the
But you know
stuff as
what?
it relates to
Right,
black people.
rightfully
One
so.
thing you do not
Rightfully so.
see is anybody else trying to tell any other group they shouldn't police they slurs.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying that. Everybody's cool with the fact that they got slurs, but you can't say it. So why everybody come to you talking about, man, can I use your slur? And we think this is not the real problem. Us saying it to each other don't really mean squat. In the actual real world, me calling you a nigga don't mean nothing. Just is what it
That's
is. It don't
that's
And,
change
not true,
nothing. It
Rob.
don't
and you
shift
know what? And that's
anything.
the
Or
same
It
way.
it's
don't.
not.
It don't shift
And
anything
you know
if
what?
I call you a nigga.
That's not true, Rob.
And you know what, Roger? And that's
It
the
does.
same
It
way
does.
with the D9. You know, I'm a part of the D9. I'm 1906. Certain things that you, as a person that has not been in the D9, cannot say. You know what I'm saying? So, or throw up, you know, the hand signal, you know, anything. You just can't do that if you're not a part of it. So you're right.
Yeah, and I think that goes on any level because, you know, I grew up in Chicago. I know, like, a lot of the nation, y'all got a bunch of, you know, I know it's Crips and Bloods that kind of dominate in gang culture. But even in gang culture, I can't go act like I'm a GD. I couldn't, while I'm growing up, I couldn't go act like a Vice Lord. I couldn't go act like, you know, any particular gang, the BDs or whatever. You got to be in it to represent it. You can't throw your fingers up like them and everything just gonna be cool.
No matter how
Everybody
bad we
protects
think
their
it
own.
is.
Everybody protects their own. Fraternities don't like nobody pretending that they're in that fraternity. If
And that's
you go
exactly what
over
I just
there,
said.
yeah, I'm saying, yeah, you know what you did? You did. Yep, they do it. Businesses do it. Don't nobody want you in their uniform if you don't work for them. Everybody defends their own in every context.
That's why
I don't
people
even
need to
really.
stop cosplaying. They cosplay too much. You know, and I'm the same way. You know, I tell brothers, you know, hey, all skin folks are not your kin folks.
Well, my thing is, but my thing is, the point is, if you one of ours, you should be able to have access to it. But if you're not one of ours, we should be ready to defend it. Point blank period. Why would we let you have access to it? You know, because that's what I brought up the Tekashi 6ix9ine earlier. When I found out he wasn't black, I said, why y'all let him use the N-word? That was my thinking. If I was talking to anybody in the industry that got around him, I would be like, bro, you got to tell dude he can't use that no more. I ain't saying
And
you got to beat him up or whatever. It's just a principle that he not one of us. It ain't nothing against him. He just ain't one of us.
And you know
I
what,
kind of
Roger?
caution against us calling this our word, though. This is just more or less us making chitlins out of basically intestines and stuff.
And
That,
chitlins kept black people alive during a horrible period of time. It kept black people alive, whether we like the food or not. It's a part of the history. Okay,
for
it's a part
sure.
of the culture. There's still black people in the United States that will still make chitlins and will eat that shit. They don't give a fuck
Uh,
how thinking you think it is. They don't
right.
care if you Muslim and you don't like pork. They will still eat it, and that food kept black people alive to where we still here today. So we
Hey,
can't be
Ryan, brother
looking
Ryan.
down. We can't be
hold on.
looking down like, oh, what we're better than that. It's a part of the whole fabric. You cannot take away. Hold on. You cannot take away the word nigger from the Black American experience and have the same Black American experience. It's a part of it.
Yeah, now,
Whether we like it or not, it is a part of it. Bottom line.
I do agree with that.
When
Well,
you
I
do
gotta
get
say,
this, it's different. It's a different thing.
Hey,
one
Roger,
thing
let me
I
let
do
me
agree
let
with
me
that.
address after you.
Hold on. Yeah, I do agree with Rael's sentiment, but I'm gonna say it's not the same equivalence of us eating chitlins. The equivalence would be a bunch of Christians inviting a devil worshiper into the church to perform devil worship. It's one thing if you're trying to change somebody, but if you're a Christian, why would you bring a devil worshiper in to lead the service? That don't make a lick of sense at all.
If the Christians are worshiping the devil themselves, then why not?
Well,
Oh, that's a good point.
at the end of the day, if you're not gonna worship white people, then you should be able to see them using the N-word as a fallacy and be okay with doing something about
I
it. Is it
mean,
a fallacy to you or not?
Hey, Roger, before we get too far off, I
Mhm.
wanted to go back to the Tekashi 6ix9ine. That part right there, that dude right there is a devil in itself. Because guess what? A lot of people's sons and daughters have followed him to the point to where
Well, hold on. My thing, I'm not trying to bash him. The point of it is he's not one of us. He's out there in the public. They say he used the word and all that type of stuff. I understand his art and his music, but dang, if I'm another black rapper, I'm gonna be like Tekashi. Look, bro, I know you like us, but you can't use that word. You can't be putting that on your albums, bro. You got to stop.
Yeah,
And
but I'm taking.
if he would have a problem with that, it's a beat down.
Yeah, but I'm
Real
taking
talk.
it a little bit further. Our sons and daughters, I don't have any, but sons and daughters have followed this man to the point to where he's made everything about him a part of.
I don't want to make this about him, though. That's my point. And I don't want to make it. The point is he's a public figure. If he is using the word and black people ain't saying nothing about him because he ain't one of us, that just tells somebody else, hey, he doing it. Let me do it too.
Yep. Yeah, but I want to make. I just want to make a point, though, bro. Just listen. I'm just saying. The thing is, he's even made things that, you have taught your sons and daughters within the home that to be against. And I understand.
Bro,
if
I don't know nothing about him. I just use him because I.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what
I'm trying to say. I don't care about him. He's not important. Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. He's not important, bro.
Well, he made snitching very, very popular now. In the opening.
He didn't. Niggas snitching way before him. Niggas snitching way before him.
And even
in a different way.
Tekashi, there was Fat Joe. Like nobody had smoke for Fat Joe.
Oh, thank you. And he said, and he dared anybody to say something to him. He said, "I am that nigga." What you gonna do about it?
But my point is that's on us at the end of the day because we haven't said anything. If people are doing it around you and you don't say that, why are you tripping?
Exactly.
We hold on. That was the point that I raised earlier. When I asked the question, and a lot of black people they agree with that. A mulatto, you say they black. A person says they have black in their background, like somebody like Fat Joe or Big Pun. Oh, they ain't FBA. Well, which one is it, man? What's the defining line of blackness then? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the defining line? Like, which one is it? Like, is it one drop rule? Like, what the fuck is it? Because that shit is
cosplay. Why don't we? Hey, right here. Why don't we define exactly what it is? Us, not one drop. Yeah,
that's what I've been saying the whole time.
Right.
That's been my argument the whole time on this.
I agree.
We redefined it. That's my whole point. Black people have never sat down as a group of people and said, if you have one drop of black blood in you, that makes you black. That was something that was imposed by Caucasians.
The nigger word. I consider the nigger word the same thing, bro.
But hold on. That's why I would agree with you if black people are using NIGGER. I would totally agree. That's not what black people are doing, though.
That's even the A.
That's
even the A
argument. That's been my
even
whole
the
argument
A.
the whole time. That's been my whole argument the whole time.
Facts.
It is a completely different word, bro. That's my whole.
So are you going to take hip hop culture out for the NIGGAH Z?
Dude, there is no NWA without nigga in the word, bro.
There you go.
There's no NWA, bro.
But the thing is, we don't have to because they us. I don't care if we doing it. We can do what we want with our stuff. The issue is, are you going to stand up to another group for using your stuff without your permission, or you going to use their stuff without their permission? Because until I see people start throwing out some slur words toward them, it's hard for me to understand why we're going to have any issue with how anybody else view us using our words. I don't get
Roger, that's not our. That's you saying our. It's not our word, man.
We took the word.
We did it.
We took the word, made some changes to the word. It's our word now. We own it, and that's why only we can say it.
They made a concession and said, "Y'all niggas have that. Have fun with it. Make y'all feel better." Here you go.
Hold on, Jado. Do black people? Do most black people have their traditional names, or do they have Caucasian-based names?
Caucasian names.
Why ain't black people change their names to traditional names then? If they want to talk about the N-word, redefining you as
we've
not a part
embraced
of the
it.
Culture, that's a way hell of a more power than the goddamn N-word.
We've embraced all of it. All of it. It's all the whole framework. We've embraced all of it.
to having Caucasian-based names.
No,
We want to keep it
I
all the way
think
No,
down,
that
you know.
we've embraced all of it though.
But
All
I
the
think,
whole framework is up under the domination.
oh,
Well,
no, it's
the
not.
terrorism
Yeah,
of
we're
these.
yeah, but
American.
Oh my
I think that
God!
everyone has
Are we
I
living
think that everyone has become numb to the fact that these are just,
conditioned?
words.
Conditioned.
No,
We've been
no. What I'm saying
conditioned.
is, we have an issue where you can't see you owning nothing, and it's always got to be there.
No, Roger, no sir, no
Now,
sir.
I'm
Are
not
we gonna
saying you
just
per.
ignore
I'm
the
not saying.
history?
I'm
No,
not saying
I'm
you
not taking it
personal.
personal, Roger.
I'm not
No,
saying
Roger,
you
I'm
per.
not taking
I'm saying
Roger.
real talk. I see this in all kind of areas, man. Ain't nothing yours. Even working for companies, y'all. There have been times that
Right.
somebody asked me to do something, and I didn't like the way they wanted me to do it. And at some point in time, it's like either I'm gonna do what they told me to do because they paying me, and I'm cool enough with it because the money good enough, or if I really don't want to do it that way because the money ain't worth me doing it that way, I just tell them straight up, look, this is the way I'm gonna do it. Now, either you're gonna pay me and I'm gonna do it this way, or ain't nothing happening. And it's just it at
Or
the end
just
of the
don't get
day.
involved, because if you whatever you put your stamp on, Roger, you got to understand, that represents you. So
What?
just don't get involved.
No,
Don't take the
well,
money at
I'm
all.
saying I got
Y'all
involved
drop
because
that
I
to the
wanted to
ground,
get the
y'all.
money. But if there's an issue with how I do the job, once you make an issue for me, it's my choice. I ain't doing it the way you want because I don't care about your opinion. I'll
Let me
do it
tell you,
this way. Hear what I'm
if I
saying?
use
I will
yeah.
hear what I'm saying. I will do it
Mhm.
this way that I want to do, or there'll be nothing done. Period. At some point,
Look,
you got to
Roger,
take
we know
ownership
you're
of
gonna
what
do it
you're
your way.
doing.
We know you're gonna do it your
No,
way. We
no,
we've been doing it a long
no,
time.
I'm just saying. At some point, we all got to make a choice about how we gonna handle any specific situation. I don't see myself dominated by other people. I'm gonna do what I want, and money ain't enough to push me on all things. It just ain't. At the end of the day, if I come to do something for you, Quaff, let's say I come paint your house. If
Yeah.
you give me too many rules about painting your house, well, I understand it's uncomfortable for me now. Guess what? Quaffy, I'm doing it this way. You're going to pay me this amount or ain't nothing happening. And that's all it is to it at the end of the day.
I
I can
feel it.
walk
If
away.
I'm not an expertise at painting, of course I'm gonna let you do your job. But if it's something that I know that I want, and I want it done a certain way, I'm gonna tell you one time. If you don't get it right that time, we're gonna stop it. And I say, hey, I'll
But
pay you a little bit.
and we get to part ways. That's the whole point. So even when it
Yeah.
comes to the N word, I done been parted ways. This ain't got nothing to do with white folks no more because they don't even own the word. They don't even got my permission to say the word, and I
Roger,
dare
can
to
I ask
say
you
it
a
in front of
question?
me.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, bud.
What is the definition of nigger?
Nigger is an ignorant person.
Anybody else on the panel? What is the definition of nigger?
I think it has a slave, ignorant person.
With
So
the two G's with one G.
hold on. Did it clarify a racial composition of a person?
No, it didn't.
So
The
why do we use?
definition,
So why do we do? Why do we use it amongst each other
the
then?
definition
Hold on.
is the
Because I'm making a
Webster's
point.
dictionary and
Okay,
tool.
so you've clarified that the word is not racial in this component, right? Right? Because
Yes.
I know because I was actually an English major in college. It was always one of my favorite subjects because I love reading, I love literature and shit like that. Words have been broken down, and variations of words have been broken down from other words all the time. Matter of fact, English itself is a bastardized language within itself. Okay?
Amen.
So, with that being said, if they can bastardize other words, because many times when you look at words that they have in the English lexicon, you would see that when you do the etymology of the word, it goes back to Latin, or it goes back to Greek,
Right.
or it goes back to this. So there have been many words that have been taken in the English context that have been bastardized words from other fucking words. You just said that nigger is not a word that is about a racial component. Okay?
That's
So
true, but even in the
so if a
Latin
black person,
community as well.
so if a black person using the same thing that they did takes that very word, creates another edification of the word to apply to the people in their group, and use it as a term of endearment, why is that a problem?
It is.
I don't think we've done. I don't think we've done that, man.
But you know what
I don't
though?
think we've done that.
When I call Roger my nigga, I don't say it to Roger to hurt Roger's spirit. I don't say it to him, man, I'm trying to make you feel like them white folks made you feel like that. Ain't why I say it. Roger
yeah, but
ain't
you know
saying
what
he's
though?
saying it like that.
You just been conditioned to say it though. That's all. That's
I ain't
all.
been
That's why
conditioned.
you're saying
No,
it.
I ain't been conditioned
We've
to
all
say
been
nothing.
conditioned.
Hold
Yes, we have.
on. Okay, the kind of family I came from, I'm gonna give you a prime example. The kind of family I came around, the adults, they never used the word. They never used the word at all. They didn't. Now, however, we do have a contextual experience in the country. We know these folks have said this word tried to be derogatory towards us. If that man over there takes the word and say, you know what? Because this is what we've done with all types of language. As far as hip hop, instead of saying tough, TOUGH, we'll say TUFF.
FF, yeah.
We will change the whole fucking word to fit our needs. That's what motherfuckers do all the time.
But believe it or not, Ebonics.
You're taking the white man's word because you can't come up with your own words. And this motherfucker been bastardizing words for goddamn 500-600 years.
And you know what, Ryan? And the problem that I have too is that so many of us has you know they want to say, oh, speaking correct English is talking white. You hear that a lot too, but at the same time, as to where a lot of brothers and sisters, you know, they would say, hey, you know, I don't understand where you're coming from, you know. But now even talking Ebonics is okay, you know, even in shorthand, even on.
Hold on. Don't use that term. The Ebonics was an insult of a term. A lot of people don't know that. They came with that term to insult your intelligence. You know, that's not a cool term to use.
Yeah, I get that, but that's what they're saying that's what they're saying that they're how can I put it? They're okay with that now because they figured this is how they can communicate through the youth, and I'm talking about white folks.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Can I ask brother Rael, if you wanted to, you speaking on if you say, hey Roger, that's my nigga or whatever. Let's say you wanted you're gonna honor Roger on the highest level, like you're gonna really honor him and show him how much he's contributed and how much you respect him and everything. And let's say you're gonna do it in front of a crowd of black people. Would you use that? Would you use that word to honor him?
It depends on the crowd. It depends.
At the highest, I'm talking about the highest level. At the highest level.
Hold on.
But what is the highest level?
Exactly. It depends on
whatever you consider the highest level.
Michelle Obama went in public with black people and called Barack Obama her baby daddy, bro. Are we serious here? That's the highest level of motherfucker that's considered part of our group has gotten to.
Right. She's out of pocket.
Hold on, bro. My point is the group context matters, though. Anybody that gives a speech in terms of communication, one of the first things, and I learned this in my speech communication class from my African professor. One of the most important things you have to understand is your audience and who you're talking to. So one audience of black people, they may be cool. Another one might not be cool. It depends on your audience. Now, if Roger came to me and said, hey, dog, if they're going to be celebrating me, man, don't refer to me as your nigga up there. I'm cool with it, but these folks over here, they on some other shit. Like, I don't want it to be no dumb shit going on. He make that request, I honor him in his request. That's how I honor him. I honor him by him asking me not to do something, and I don't do it because it's not going to be comfortable in that particular moment. He say, now when we chopping it up, oh nigga, it's cool, we straight.
In other words, don't mess the bag up.
Right.
I'm okay. Well, I guess I should have chose a different question, man. I was just if I'm honoring you, anybody.
We
go ahead, bro.
we get off air, y'all hear me talk like I do not talk on air. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, if I'm showing respect to any of you guys, I'm just not going to use that word. Man. That's just,
But you
I just get it.
respond to it based on the way that they're saying it, though. You said it wasn't a racial word. I asked the panel, is the word racial in its component? Y'all said no. So you answer to it. When they say hit dogs holler, you answer to it based on what's said because you hear it that
Right.
way. That's the way you receive it. How you receive something is not the same way that I'm going to receive it. And when I'm
I
talking
get it. I
about,
get it.
like, for example, Kyrie Irving, he's a prime example. There was a
Mm.
time when he was playing against Dennis Schroeder, who is he's from Germany, but I think he's Sudanese or something in terms of ethnicity. And Dennis Schroeder said something to him on the court and said something nigga. Like, in the context we use it. And Kyrie told him, hey man, don't be calling me no nigga. Did he ever say that about LeBron? Did he ever say that about Kobe, rest in peace? Did he ever say that about any other, like, FBA player? No. He said that about him because he didn't consider him a part of the fabric, which is what Roger was talking about. It's a different form of communication when we use it. It's used differently. Just like when motherfuckers was in Brazil and they came up with capoeira. Motherfuckers thought they was dancing and shit. Man, that shit was a form of communication, bro. It was a
But did
form
he
of
use it with the
communication.
hard ER?
No, that's my whole point. I've been saying the whole time, nigger, Nigger, and Nigga are two different words. I've been saying this the whole time.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I've been making the arguments I've been making, because I'm looking at it as two different words, which is what white people have been doing in terms of the English language for the longest. They bastardize other people's words. Okay, well, we're going to take that motherfucking word and we're going to bastardize it too for our benefit.
And you know what though, Ryo? Even men, we don't call women niggas. That's just something in term of endearment between men, the fellas, just like women call each other the BIH,
But like somebody
but
told
if
Shark earlier, when he said bitches, they looked at him and was like, "You ain't one of us." They let the homosexual dude call him that. They called each other that. But when he said it as a heterosexual man, they looked at him and said, "No, you offensive," because they didn't consider him a part of the club. This is what we've been saying the
Hey,
whole time.
hey, so Roger, I know you say this a lot, man. How our
Well,
subconscious
let me just
kind
say
of,
real quick.
yeah.
Let me just say real quick. And Shark sitting over there saying that, and they respond to him, but he don't want to suck no dick to get involved. You know what I'm saying? All he had to do was suck a dick. Because I don't know what his name was.
Here we go.
I forget what his name was today. He made a point. He made a point. No, I'm saying he made a point.
I
You
know I'm
wasn't
just
willing
bullshit.
to get to the club. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying Shark want to be in the club, but that was the point. You ain't gonna suck no dick to get in the club. So guess what? You're not in our club. You can't say our word.
Well, the thing is, those
When
people,
is
man, they
that
put their own
good enough for black?
economical. They
Hold
put their
on. When
own
is it just
economical
simply
dollars to be with who they are.
this is what I'm saying? When is it good enough for black men to consider yourself as part of a club that other people just can't do what you do?
Thank you.
Why we can't just do that?
But you know what though, Roger? I think that they are accepted by black
Hold on.
women,
No
but even
disrespect to
black
Shark.
men
I
in
thought
that
Shark was.
community.
Well, let me just say this. No disrespect to Shark.
Okay.
I thought Shark was still on the panel because he can't respond to a joke if he's not here.
Yeah.
I thought he was still on the panel. My bad, Shark. My bad. But I was just I'm playing. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But look, but the thing is, black women have accepted the black men who live same-sex lifestyle. Because I still think that black men do not belong to that flag, even if they're in that lifestyle. See, and that's the problem too. Even but the ones who've been indoctrinated, they think that, oh, that's my culture. No, bro, that's not your culture. You still a black man at the end of the day.
Well, no, but this is the thing also, though. This is the thing also. When they go that route, we don't fight them to say, no, you got to be over here. We let them go. Sometimes you got to let people go. We ain't fighting them. They go over there. We be like, all right.
But it's a subgroup. All subgroups do this shit. Black people are not the only subgroups that exist, man. All the people in America that are non-white, guess what they're considered? Subgroups.
Even the white people got their subgroup.
And on that note,
Even the educated lanes got their group. The cookies got their group.
Hold on. Go ahead, Al.
On that note, bye.
All right, you know what? You're right, because you know what? We done hit that 4-hour mark, which I said we was gonna get to. So I gotta shut it down right here, y'all. We can talk backstage, but I'm shutting it down right here. Long live the habitual line steppers. I'm Roger. Oh, if y'all new, make sure y'all like, well, everybody liked the video. But if you new, subscribe to the channel.
Sharkton laughed. He laughed at you in the chat. He heard you.
Yeah, but I didn't mean to say if he wasn't up there. You know what I'm saying?
He wasn't talking bad about you, bro.
You know, at least brothers can take a joke over here, because in other sectors, you know, that wouldn't fly.
Well, Shark know we ain't accusing him of nothing. He know that. We love
Shark. It's a pause here, there, and other places.
It was based off of what Hot Sauce said earlier, though.
Yeah, it was on what Hot Sauce said earlier. That's where that come from. You know, so it was definitely no disrespect intended at the end of the day. But y'all, we closing it out. Long live the habitual line steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right, and I'm out.
Yeah.